Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be your soldier. Waste my time. Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be your soldier. Waste my time. Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be
Good evening, everybody. It is Mullock here, and we are ready to go for round one of our brand new endurance series for season 2. We're at Laguna, Seca, and I am super excited for tonight. I think this is going to be... I don't know the word to use. We'll go with crazy. Introducing my main man tonight by my side, Frank Frankfurt. How are we, sir?
Hello, Mike, and to everyone. Welcome everyone to Central California for the kickoff to the endurance series here at Laguna Seca. Looking very much forward racing here tonight. I'm a bit of a fan of this track.
It's been a while since we've been here. I could fair say 6 to 9 months, perhaps. A little bit differently for our qualifying tonight. Do you know how it works, Franco?
Is this the double qualifying with the
quadruple qualifying?
Oh, quadruple. We're upping the stakes.
We are upping the stakes. So there's teams of 2, multiple classes. So the Pro-Ams and the AMs will head out for the first 2 sessions. Driver 1 will be right now. Driver 2 will be the next session. That just kind of gives everyone a bit more track space, because 48 cars in Laguna Seca trying to qualify in 12 minutes equals one thing, and that is a disaster.
Yes, it would be a very busy racetrack, especially with not a very long qualifying, I would imagine. So I think there'd be a few teams struggling for getting a representation of their lap time, purely just because of traffic. But we'll see how it goes tonight with this triple qualifying. I think
it'll be work out nicely. Obviously, you still got to get a lap in, so it's up to you if you validate or not. But there's no reason why not to have track space. So we're looking at maybe 15 drivers maximum.
Yeah, you probably get away with that. At least, just try and get yourself a little bit of gap here as we.
Oh, sorry, I take that back. I was wrong. So it should be about 25 to 26 maximum. As you can see there,
that's still going to be a little bit busy, as we're seeing everybody just getting in the queue now as they head towards the last corner to start their first flying laps in anger.
We're going to say it's probably not a track that I haven't done a whole heap of time on, especially on this game. I don't know why that is. I don't think I'm trying to avoid it per se. We have had a sprint round here, would have been, or early in the year, maybe end of last, I can't quite remember. But it wasn't great at turn 1 or turn 2. But I think tonight a lot of people out there have a lot more experience in the game and have been practicing pretty heavily for this event. So we should be all good. Fingers crossed. Famous last words.
Yeah, someone like me who spent a lot of his youth playing all versions of the Gran Turismo games, you would have cut a fair amount of laps around this circuit, so it hasn't changed all that much in that time either. It's one of the few tracks where they haven't really changed it a lot in probably the last 2 to 3 decades.
No, not at all actually, and I've been trying to find out basically who designed the track, because someone on the Discord said whoever that was needs a bullet.
Well, it's
but I can't work. It was like a group of people.
Well, it was basically a lot like it's an old circuit, so it's basically one of those things where it was originally a much larger, more encompassing circuit, and over time has become more condensed and shorter as track safety and also developers have got into the surrounding areas. So it has evolved from one of those big open, like an old Spa or a Le Mans type track to the version we see today. Just jump into the commentary booth for a bit there for Mullock to make sure he hasn't been replaced by an AI yet.
I'm real.
You are a real boy. And but yeah, so it's one of those things, and I've been reading a few things as we see a Merc absolutely get yeeted out to the right there, so that's going to be a bit of damage. Struggling to get it back on track. Very dusty out here in the desert, so virtually all your runoff is gravel trap.
Pretty much, and whilst he's got a time in, it's going to be quite hard now to feed himself out into the field to get another one in.
Yeah, you almost had to have teleported straight away and then get back out, hit drive, and you might get one flying lap in with no damage. I think as it is, you're going to be very, very lucky to get that damage repaired or get a decent lap time with carrying that amount of damage, because that was a fairly heavy
Ooh.
whack into that barrier. As that McLaren is very
Quite a-
sketchy through the corkscrew.
Zach Malloy. There's actually quite similar. Oh, they must be the Worn Tie tribes. Okay, there we go. So that's going to be quite hard to distinguish the difference between these two teams. I should have changed something on it. That's my fault. But the Worn Tie tribes are gone with the pink and blue stripes on the Ferrari.
Yep. So if it's a gender reveal, absolutely no idea.
No idea.
Another interesting fact about this circuit, Mike, it's probably got one of the lowest corners to corner names in the racing world at the moment. Only 2 corners have actual names and a straight.
Can you name them, Franco?
Yep, you got the Andretti hairpin at turn 1. Well, technically 3 if you want to count the corkscrew. You've got the Rahal straight that leads up to the top of the corkscrew, and then once you're through there, Rainey curve, named after Wayne Rainey, former the 500 Moto G cycle world champion. So yeah, it's going to be very hard to call some of these corners when it's going to be relying on numbers and not necessarily names. So.
Oh, a lot easier than calling Hungaroring, that's for sure. I don't know what's going on in Hungary, but they don't name things. Even Misano had a fair few corner names.
Yeah, Misano's got a few.
There's another one that I couldn't think of at the top of my head. But yeah, we'll just have to name them ourselves tonight after the drivers that do end up binning it. It's the only way to go.
Well, it's going to be a bit of a consolation prize. If you do bin it out of the potential corner,
You'll
it
get
can
it.
be named after you. So there is always that.
That's exactly right. G'day chat, how are we today? So we do have 48 teams participating tonight. Well, we should. There's always a team that ends up doing something else. So we've got 47 out there. Sorry, just as I say that, the 48th team joins. We have about 10 reserves teams, 7 official ones for this split. So if you wanted to race in it and you got a seat, I would not miss a round, because you go to the back of the queue and then you got to wait for it to open up again. Also in about 7 hours time, 8 hours time, we have Europe making their first ever Endurance Series round.
Steely in chat firing some absolute bullets at the moment.
Got to be lots of corners called Patrick Oliver.
That is a massive shot. To be right along on the Ferrari of Megan D. More tyre Tribe 1. Currently sitting on pole in this Pro-Am and Am qualifying with a 122.3.
That's what I wanted, my mouse.
Looks like she gets her way through the corkscrew. Such a tricky corner. Very easy to cut, very easy to miss a brake mark and go massively deep as well.
She's up 4/10 here. She's had a great race in our Pro-Am finals in the week, getting P2 in one of the races. So she's up and about, and this will be an improvement and possibly into the 21s. 21.9. How is your father? Dominated.
Yeah, that was a great lap. Time has just ticked over, so Q in the rack, job done for D. Thomas McInnes, the BDE Motorsport. You're also a little bit squirrely on the exit of the corkscrew. Car just a little bit unloaded, struggling to get the rears in line, but keeps it under control. Where can you put this Nissan?
Patrick Oliver moves up to P12, just behind Thomas McInnes here in this Nissan. He is up a couple of tenths, so maybe one position. Got a good exit. Up
He
to
does.
P10. That's one qualifying done. 3 more to go. So what we do after this is we add the times together for the teams, average it out, and that will be your ranking and placement for the grid for the 3-hour races coming up. No safety car featuring tonight, but we do have the virtual safety car ready to go. Fueled, oiled. Oh, I've got a fair chance we might see that early on. And we kick off qualifying 2. So this is the driver 2 pairings for all the teams in Pro-Am and AM class. A lot of debutants tonight. We will mention those drivers as we go, so make sure you have some alcoholic beverages handy if you would like to get blind. Scott says he doesn't trust anyone who would voluntarily drive the Nissan.
Scope doesn't trust a lot of people though. He's got some trust issues to Scope. Certainly doesn't trust me.
Well, that's a pretty good judge of character though.
Yeah, I have murdered him a couple of times in his defence, but you know, I don't think he should hold that against me.
I think he has. That's it forever.
We're looking at a very bright McLaren at the moment. Oh, and a missed brake point there, and straight into the wall. Straight back to the pits. That would have been a very hard knock. Is he looking at himself on stream because he absolutely missed that brake point by a long distance.
So let's go on board with Pete Reynolds in the McLaren, making his debut today for Torrens Place Racing.
Any relation to Ashland?
I doubt it.
Okay.
Our thoughts and prayers with Ashland, who did not have a great week in our pro finals. If it went wrong, it went wrong. He was also having a pretty bad week before that, so on to the next one, mate, if you're out there.
Yeah, it hasn't been a busy couple of weeks for OR in ACC.
Oh, it certainly has. This is my 4th race in 7 days. But she's been fantastic. Did you watch the Pro-Am finals by any chance?
I watched a little bit of it.
It's looking spicy as well, obviously.
I caught the end of race 2, I think, as well. It was some great defensive driving at the end there.
Also, last night, how good was the qualifying, having 3 drivers at the exact same time as Pete exit stage right. Not the first, won't be the last. Let's go on board with Carl Johnson. Let's curse another driver.
Yeah, as I was mentioning earlier, as you come down the bottom end of the corkscrew, the car becomes unloaded and you can just lose traction on those rears. So you've got to be very careful about when you use the loud pedal on your way down. Carl Johnson, however, has managed to negotiate it. James Stewart will set pole, but it has been beaten by Johnson on the 124 flat.
Zach Baldy, hopefully one day I'll get decent enough at this game to do this, mate. Just are you in our Discord? If not, join our rookie series. Get involved. You'll be quite surprised at how many drivers are racing tonight that have gone through rookie series and are no longer rookies. They are at the pointy end, showing off. It's fantastic. We've got a brand new sprint series starting the end of next month. Sorry, it is already September, Malik. End of this month. And I don't think there's many seats left in that, Franco.
No, it's very, very popular, the sprint series for OR and
That's
ACC. As Stephen Ty, 122, he dips in the 22s, which is not a bad time. Stephen Ty is no slouch though.
Oh, not at all. Not in the slightest. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Moritz. How are you, sir? Nice. Great to hear, Zach. Oh, Hignet's dragged you out. Well, perfect. Hignet's got some pace, some talent. He seems like a nice person as well. G'day, J-Bot.
So Johnson into about the 23.5s. Oh, 23.4, sorry, on that last one. Still not enough to challenge Stephen Ty just yet.
Some sexy looking liveries out there. Some dubious looking liveries as well. I'll let
Very
you be the
camo
check.
looking livery, this one.
Especially for this track. Very dusty. La creme brulees. Love it. Yeah, unfortunate, Mia, but it's obviously 3 rounds to go, and you just never know. You might find a teammate, get in the the reserve list, and a spot opens up. Power 1 second back at the moment with a 24 flat. Looks like Girardi's just moved up to P2.
Yeah, he gone into the low 23s. Paul Baggermans, the man who's...
That reminds me of something, this livery. I don't know what the colours remind me of.
Blue and orange.
As you know, I'm a pretty big orange fan. I
Yep.
normally put it with a darker colour works.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pick it too, so I'm sure it'll
click soon. It'll remind me of some logo. But yeah, hasn't set a time yet, Paul. Teammate Michael Pickford did pretty well in qualifying 1. Both guys got a similar pace. I think Paul's racing from the United Arab Emirates. He's in a Asia Pacific Series. He's from the United Arab Emirates, and he's of, I think he's Dutch. So no doubt he'll be cheering on Max Verstappen this weekend at Zandvoort. And didn't set a time there, leaving it nice and late.
Stephen Tyre has improved. He's gone into the 22.5s. There's a lot of people saying it's the Netherlands away kit.
Maybe I'm thinking of the Netherlands.
Yeah, I sort of more think the orange with the white is whenever I think of the Netherlands kit. So that's why I didn't sort of pick it straight away. But if that's the away kit, then yeah, that would make a lot more sense. It's Kevin Lee now in the Lambo. Comes across the line. Is he going to improve from P8? Yes, goes to P3.
Booda bing, booda boom. Oh, that's white. Oh, not as white as that other car ahead. Was that invalidated? What was I going to ask? Oh my goodness, I've only just clicked. Meaty, are you J-Bot? Look out. So we've got a couple of official commentator debuts this weekend, as we've got James Bott and Reece Spence Rob to do Endurance Series for Europe, which is fan-bloody-tastic, and we're awfully excited for it. Actually jumped in the booth during the week with Raggy and Mark. Well, there we go. So that's just there's just so many different names. When we went over from Twitch to YouTube, a lot of people's names on our line were different. Threw us about a little bit.
Names have changed, but the faces are all the same.
That's right. Baggermans did not set a time, unfortunately, there for Opposite Lock Racing. He'll be fuming at that, so they're going to be starting right near the back of the grid. Speaking of gold cars, g'day Captain O Gold. How are you, young man? That's
very wide.
Sounded patronising as fuck, but Kefford is the other Worn Tyre tribe. So Megan D, teammate of James Kefford for this, she set a 21.9. So they're going to be in a pretty good position here on the grid, even with the pros.
God, P2. That's a great effort at the death.
That is putting them right at the top of Pro-Am class. It may even sneak above a couple of pro teams with that effort. That's fantastic. All right, so what is it now? It is Pro Driver 1. The big boys and girls are out there this time. So Keita is the first cab off the rank for a Norma Squadra. Last season in our Endurance Series, Paquita was the overall winner, and she didn't like that. She's going to try again. Either did Houlihan, he's going to try again. Either did Bowen. What the fudge? We'll try. 4th time lucky. So yes, last series, just yes, they won every single race. And as they are lovely people, I tapped them on the shoulder and said, hey, how do you feel about splitting up for this series and fighting each other on track? And they said, yep, no worries at all. So I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, it'd be good to see those two. They have been getting a little bit icy on track lately, especially with the pro finals.
Yeah.
So they have been battling on, but it will be good to see over these sort of distances, especially now that they've got teammates to think about as well. Always adds an extra variable to the mix.
Oh, it certainly does. So I think Bakita's teaming up with Jake Baldwin, who had an unfortunate night on Thursday night, so ready to fight back here. Andy O is actually a reserve, but racing this weekend. So he'll be racing with Corey Sweet from memory in the 97 car.
Andy O got P2 in the second race in the pro final.
Did you see the points tally?
No, I have not seen that yet.
Tied for first.
Wow.
Jeremy Talbot with that win is equal first with Andy O'Hara.
As I said, it doesn't matter if you're the, potentially the quickest driver on the field. You just got to be the most consistent.
Yep.
Just nab those good finishes. We saw
Top
last
five, very
night.
important.
Yeah, we saw last night Rakita untouched in race 1, but race 2 didn't work out for her.
Scott just maybe spit out nice coffee with that. He doesn't get passed around as much as Jake Baldwin, just quietly. He'll be have to go to the doctors, I think, to get a regular checkup.
There's another jump on board with another man who's not too bad at this racing game business either, Desert Washington.
Racing for Odyssey Racing Red. As Duong goes 23.7. Good start. Kai Rudin 22.6. There's the gauntlet straight away.
Yeah, just a little bit of improvement there.
Jake is actually listening. See, I know how to get him out of the crowd. We're just going to talk about going to the doctor.
Mick Young, he's put in a 22.3, so times are definitely coming in. Will we see a 21?
Love to see the Honda up the top. Yes, there we go. There's 21. You asked for it, you shall receive.
Okay.
Hit bang. Oh, not quite.
Will we see a 20? Because that is straight into the mid-21s from Philippa already.
O'Hara, 21s straight off the bat. I remember in our season 1, I was meant to drive with Jeremy Washington. And, well, that's not a great place to park your Lamborghini. And I couldn't race, so we actually got Andy in for a reserve race.
Yeah, Team 96, I think.
Yeah, and we were heading for a P2. Andy disconnect. I think there was a conspiracy there. I think he's been unplugged intentionally.
Yeah, I think the people on his home planet just obviously interrupted the connection between us and Earth. Sorry, him and Earth.
So we ended up having to... We actually fired Andy from that disgusting effort and hired Jake Baldwin, who had a fantastic season with Jeremy. Andy likely had a forced update. Yeah, I don't know what modules that the aliens run, but Hobbsy P11 gets a time on the board.
Philippa in the low 21s now, so 20 watches on.
No, take that back. 21.1 there for Andy O'Hara.
Absolutely disgusting times being shown by some of these drivers. And this time he's in the McLaren. He's in the pro finals in the Mercedes, so slightly different cars. He's obviously taking a fairly
Well,
good...
that's too much
that's
curb.
a lot of... Yeah, he's just...
Did
nabbed
we
too
just
much.
actually get a mistake from Andy O'Hara on stream? Someone clip that.
Shows you how much he's pushing.
Wooly Dawley in the Porsche.
Yeah,
It's strange.
we looked at the track selection for this year's endurance race and figures the Porsche will be fairly strong at all of them. Very, one of the F2 team livery, very reminiscent in this Porsche.
That's true. This corner, very deceiving. You think you can brake a lot later than you do, but before you know it, you're out in the kitty litter.
Yeah, it's almost a hairpin without it being a hairpin. Is going to be much slower than a lot of people in their first sort of attempt at it.
Wooly improves by a tenth and a half there, but not for position. Kai Rudin is up 4 tenths. Sad moment today. I have a GoPro 9 and went for a bit of a scooter ride and it came off.
And did you manage to recover it, or was it gone forever?
Nah, it's okay. It's scratched though. It's only the second time I've taken it out. The stand didn't quite click into place. So I'm just licking my wounds tonight. I was 30 seconds into a ride. Quite funny as Kai Rudin goes up to P5. Nice improvement there.
That's why physical activity is something to be avoided.
Yeah, I should have just stayed inside. Young's up 5 tenths. He just gained 3 tenths that corner, so he obviously bottled it last lap. P5 goes above Kai Rudin. Over to you.
And Bakita managed to still maintain. She's less than a tenth behind Andy O'Hara.
Doesn't improve there.
This will be her last opportunity.
Ooh, Wu Kit's just gone P3. Great little lap there.
Can you just go back to Kits there for a second? What flag is that, Malik?
It's Nepal. It's a disgusting looking one though. They've absolutely butchered it on this game. That's what I was more getting at. Like,
Sorry, I had to, and it's probably going to come up again, but...
Okay. I accept that. If it wasn't that stupid the way they folded the flags in this game, I would have been able to go, yep, fair. Go Japan, Team Nico Days. So Team Nico Days, they're currently sitting in 18th. 123.1. Still a cracking time here. Oh shit. Been summoned.
They're asking for the sprinklers to be turned on.
I'll fix that right now, Cam. I know exactly what to do.
And Bakita's pulled out, so she's obviously decided that wasn't going to be enough. So it's looking like Andy O'Hara is going to take the win out of this one. Well, pole position anyway, over this group.
Cam, those stats sometimes aren't 100% accurate, so take them with a grain of salt. But I've just done a couple of things to possibly take the load off. Alright, so driver 2 here for the pro class. Who's going to troll us and head out last? Here's Jakey Baldwin. Oh, Jesus, Hawley. I've only just seen Hawley's car number. So he's teaming up with Daniel Hunter, who's been a big improver over the last 6 months. What can he do on the Porsche? Let's put the pressure on early here.
It's a very tricky pit exit here too. Doesn't feed straight back out, and you've got to sort of navigate this bend, and then you're basically coming back out on the racing line almost straight after that first corner hairpin. So I wonder if that's going to come into play a bit later.
Quite possibly.
So even with the split, the track map looks pretty busy, so you can only imagine with twice as many cars on track how hard it's going to be if you're trying to get a pit strat to maybe get a bit of an undercut, how to get it so you can feed back out into a bit of a gap. I think that's going to be a bit tough tonight.
Yeah, it's obviously we've taken away the max stint time for the endurance series, so you just have to serve 3 pit stops, but there is a max driver time, so there's a bit of wiggle room for going long, going short, or going short, going long. Like there's a few options you can do, but either way, you can still be fed out to traffic because it's such a short lap time. Pit length is it's up a little bit because of the exit, so it'll be very interesting to see what some teams do. I'm not a huge fan of this pit exit, to be honest. It's pretty horrible. Will we see anyone come off the end of the pit exit?
Oh, I don't want to say, but I think there will be somebody that will just get it a bit wrong, braking for the pit corner, I suppose you call it. It's going to be the hope that they don't accidentally feed themselves out onto the corner while somebody's going through.
It's such a blind corner, the old corkscrew.
It's up to 16% drop or gradient. So,
Is it really?
yeah, it's very, very steep, and probably in real life it's more steep than what it shows here, as Adini goes in with a 22 flat. That's not a bad first up lap.
.23 flat there.
Sweet in the middle of those two with a 22.5-ish.
Let's flip through a few drivers here.
This is Van Vliet. The Ferrari. Going back, Ferrari team's going with a bit more of the old school red in the endurance season. Unfortunately, he's in a little bit of traffic, so I think he's himself a little bit of disservice not giving himself a big enough gap. It's one of the Hondas in front of him.
I'll just leave it with you for a sec.
Yep, no worries. As Kieran Potter goes into the 21s with a 21.8. So that is a very good lap. 3 minutes to go. Do we stay on board with Van Vliet? The last corner now, looks like he has got himself a little bit of a gap, so I think probably not going to be a PB this lap, but I think he's gearing himself up, given enough space as he heads up over the rise on this bending main straight. Hard on the brakes into the Andretti hairpin. Got to wait forever, it feels like, to get back on the power as you negotiate a double apex, then hard out, and then once again on the brakes onto this right-hander. Try and use the exit curb as much as you can. And then onto this fast right-hander again, and onto this little bit of a straight. Then once again, hard. And try and carry as much speed up over this blind crest that comes down to the kink that leads onto the Rahal straight. Very easy to nab the inside curb there and go wide. Now it's the charge up the hill. You try and pick out your brake marker as you brake for the corkscrew. Try and cut that second part as much as you can get away with, and then onto the power downhill. Unfortunately, he's caught a bit of traffic, so that's going to not help his lap time much at all. And then onto the second last corner, which is not too hard, and then this deceptive, almost hairpin-like last corner where it's very easy to go a little bit too deep, but it is an overtaking opportunity. Now Van Vliet crosses the line. Don't think he's improved. Don't think the traffic has hurt him there. Meanwhile, Jakey Baldwin, is he going to improve as he crosses the line? No, still in P8. Jake Baldwin. What can he do with this Ferrari? As you can see, there is absolutely no runoff here at Laguna Seca. If you're off track, you're in the dirt, and there is no traction out there. And over this crest, that kink, you want to carry as much speed as you can, but if you nab that inside sausage curb, you are going to be sent well out into the right. And then here we go, the brake down into the corkscrew. So much time to be gained and lost through there. And then here through Rainy Curve, a little bit of exit curb to use, but not a lot. And then just making sure you hit your brake mark. Once again, that's got a little bit of a sausage curb on the inside, so you want to try and avoid that, but much of the inside as you can as Baldwin goes P3. Top three at the moment are Potter, Adini and Baldwin. Sweet is in the pits, he's done. Adini's in the pits, so he will stay P2 at the most. And I think Potter, as you see there, that's Hopkinson. He's laddered that inside sausage curb there. Daniel Hunter now. Unfortunately, he's caught up to the back of one of the Bentleys, so Bentley's gone wide. See what that does to Hunter's lap times. Currently sitting in P8. Will he improve? He does. Goes into P7. Oh, there we go. A late break from Sayami. Gets it into P3, so there we go. So now all the numbers are being crunched by the stewards team to determine the final qualification standings for the start of this race.
Righty, I'm here. So just a quick little update. We're going to have a quick restart of the server. There's a couple of issues where someone's game has crashed, it's duplicated entry and then filled up the server, so no one else can join if they've left. So we'll just fix this, we'll rectify this. We'll be about 5 minutes before we can get the server up and running again. So apologise for that, but
we would have had this anyway while they crunch the numbers, so
that's
not a huge time loss.
Exactly right.
So while we wait for that, Malik.
Yeah, mate.
Did you actually manage to catch any of the free practice for F1s on their return to Zandvoort last night?
Oh, probably half an hour. I know McLaren got a little bit screwed with red flags and their short qualifying runs, but not a heap. What about you?
Yeah, I did watch a fair chunk of it. So I want to talk more about what were your thoughts on the circuit as a whole?
Is it going to be easy to overtake at all? Like, it doesn't seem like a track that has any overtaking opportunities. I like the bank corners though. They actually might be able to go a bit closer.
Yeah, so obviously it's going to help them carry the speed on the last corner. The main talking point for me is that bank corner at 3, where it turns out that running the high line is the quickest way through it because the banking is so steep, it unloads the front left tyre. So they just lock that front left every time they go when they try and go the low road.
Yep.
So, and that's going to leave obviously a big gap into an overtaking opportunity. So I wonder how many people are going to be throwing moves up the inside at that corner and maybe getting it wrong and potentially causing an incident.
It's going to be interesting. I think only Max Verstappen prior to this round has actually driven Zandvoort in an F1 car.
Yeah, I think they said everybody had driven it in either like F2, F3 or other racing. Yuki Tsunoda was the only one that's never been to the circuit. And the other thing I wanted to talk about, did you notice the big massive cranes they've got everywhere around the circuit?
Yeah, what's that for?
So because there's parts of the track where they can't actually get a towed truck onto to get the car away, they need to have these cranes up at these specific locations.
Oh. Makes sense.
Yeah. But to me it looks very ugly because the way they've got some of the cameras, these cranes are actually blocking shots of the actual
race,
of the actual track. So
that's funny.
We'll see how that shakes out in the broadcast.
All right, let me 1 second.
As for the track itself, I think it's going to be a very, very hard track to overtake. I think qualifying will be both hilarious and the key to winning. I think qualifying has got Monza-like levels of potential due to the track space.
Who's looking quick here? At Thingo.
Here or
Zandvoort.
I think Lewis Hamilton obviously had the engine issue, so he didn't partake much. Bottas looked quick. Max obviously looked quick. Ocon as well, I think, was up there in the timing sheets as well. So it's going to be interesting. It'll be probably get a clearer picture at quali, as I think a lot of teams are still trying to work the track out.
Rightio. No, I'm looking forward to it. I just want to see a race. I probably couldn't care who wins after Spa. I just want to get out there and watch an F1 race again. It's red flags. I just don't remember seeing so many in a season. It's crazy.
Yeah, sorry, Princey just reminded me. The Ferraris were 1 and 2 in free practice too. So they've got a lot of potential here. Apparently,
they were 3 and 4 in practice 1 from memory.
Yeah, it's potentially a car that can suit the Ferraris, but again, we don't know. Yeah, I don't know how much the others are foxing at the moment. The McLarens looked a bit down, but I don't know if that was just their strategy or if that's where they actually are. But it looks like it's going to be the type of circuit where they're going to be very quick to call a safety car or a red flag as soon as there is a car off track, though.
Yeah, this is no runoff, nowhere to put him. All right, just getting a few things back on the go list. Good old problem solving 101. Okay, so the server is back up. The cars are heading out there for a little shakedown before we get underway for the race. Should have rectified that issue. Sometimes these things happen where the game crashes.
I think someone's trying to page you in your DMs too, just an FYI. Thanks for the donation, Daniel. You are a champion.
It's a funny little gif or a picture I just saw in Discord.
Okay. Someone in chat saying, say our team name.
Thank you very much, Dan Hunter. Please, no, John, you've done. I know you guys have done this deliberately. I've looked at that team name and I've gone, they've only picked this team name to bail Franco and I up. I am not going to play this game.
Well, unfortunately,
unless you know how to say it.
well, unless the stream I'm looking at, I cannot pronounce anything at the moment because
it's not there.
Well, it's there, but the definition is not all that great.
Is that better?
Yeah, but even then, it's still very hard to see on Discord after the compression.
That's alright, I'll do this. Dun 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 dun. Look, I will try and say the name at some stage, John, but I just really got to work my way up to it. I think we're being thrown under the bus here.
So what is it? Rui Rebook Ranmi or something like that? I don't know.
There you go, that's up
it's very hard to actually see the letters, but anyway, we'll go with that.
Go see it. Easy.
We'll just call him Team whatever the driver is at the time.
Team Sneakers.
Team JP.
Look, I have a crack. Where are we? Ruri Bakrami? Rui? I don't know how to... Just don't know how to speak sometimes. We'll go with that. Do you want the Australian way, or do you want us to actually try?
Yeah, no, just...
Rui Reebok Remy. That's pretty Aussie. But we'll go with Team Sneakers.
Slash whoever else is in the car at the time. Hey, Butcher. Good to see you in chat. Yeah, Scott's got the right idea. We just got to call them Team Reebok. Just waiting for all the teams to join up, get everything sorted, and we'll get underway here. So what is the maximum stint time, Malik, for the drivers?
6 hours. No, it's max stint time. There is none.
Not stint time, driver time. Apologies.
110 minutes.
Most you can do is 2 hours.
So there's a bit of leeway there, which is what we want. We don't want too much leeway because we want drivers to have a crack. We want all teams to have a crack.
And you know, we want drivers to not be in the car for 2 laps and then get out and let the quicker driver drive 98% of the race. It's not like the early days of Le Mans where drivers would drive all bar about 1 hour.
Yeah, true. Pat, I'd accept 1 million octanes for what you messaged me about. 5 octanes, not quite.
What's the trading value for octanes at the moment? Seeing as we're now on YouTube where octanes aren't a tradable currency.
I don't know. We need to think of something. I wish... Look, at some stage YouTube will have stuff like that. They're working very hard to grab more of the streaming market. I don't regret the change, other than Twitch community as a group of people is fantastic, but all the other aspects of streaming, for me as a actual business owner, it's YouTube wins hands down. It's just been a bit of a short-term hit.
Are they going to try and go after the hot tub market as well, though?
I doubt it very much. I doubt it. So there's a lot of big FPS shooters, FPS streamers that have YouTube have chased down to get over to the platform, which is all good. One Doge coin is one Octane. That's correct. I'll be happy with that.
Alex Bone sending some quick lap times in this little bit of free practice. I hope he has a good night tonight, as he's had a very up and down season. Didn't have a great, certainly race 2 in the pro finals.
Right, we're not too far away. When Cameron Farmer, race director for tonight's race here in Asia Pacific, gives the all clear, we'll skip over to the race session and then we will form the grid, which is formed manually because time. We've given this team fair enough airplay, I think. Look, that's you for the night done. Let's go to... Nope, that's broken. Let's do this, eh? Let's go with... What type of team would we like to show? Let's go with the Lamborghini of Yoku. Boom. We're off on a race.
Well, that is certainly a livery.
That's a livery.
Yoki Suzuki for team, is that Nico Days? Is that?
Yep, team Nico Days.
Yep.
G'day Butcher. No more Twitch, or is that just a swear word? No, that's not. Twitch just... well, I don't know. I could talk about it forever.
It's a very fiery looking livery on the car in front. Is that car 6'9"?
6, I like it.
Yeah.
G'day Raj. G'day Howard. Howard. I was about to say Howdest.
Howdest Loward. That's his name now.
Not sure, Diabols. We'll see. Just streaming at 6K on Twitch compared to you can do 15K on YouTube is just... I don't know, it just adds so much more of an element to it as a race, as like organised events. You can save them instantly, the videos don't disappear, you can put them in proper categories, you can watch back, you can rewind during the bloody event. Like, all this stuff is just... tweak my nipples.
Sorry, Mark. Speaking of the business of OR,
Yes,
got Team Audi Tings on track at the moment that we're looking at. Don't forget, you can pick up an Audi Tings t-shirt.
You can.
From Race Sim Prints.
Has anyone ordered one yet?
No, I haven't. But I'm sure there'll be a few that are familiar with driving the Audi and just random things happening.
Yep. My prediction for Twitch in 2 years' time doesn't look great. So if you are streaming on Twitch, and make sure you're putting content elsewhere as well. Just especially if it's what you're doing for work, or if you're really looking to expand the hobby, because it can all be taken out from underneath you without a blink of an eye. So
have a look at that grid,
it's
Malik.
sexy. It is beautiful.
That is going to, once they sort of get under racing conditions, racetrack value will be sky high.
G'day, Lee. So just after this countdown timer, they should all have their drivers ready to go. Setup should be loaded. Motec data collection should be set to go. And after that, the race director calls out 1 through to 48 based on the grid. Is that enough cars with hot tub stream? Well, it is, but it's not full. I didn't actually include Endurance Series in that. There's 48. Ideally, this is the maximum that I want to do. I like having a little bit of a buffer when the server or the circuit only has a 50 slot thing. You can't actually do 50 in an endurance race with teams, because every time a person joins a server, it creates an entry, then it looks for its team, and bang, it puts it in there. So it's actually trying to create a 50 first. It can at times, and it's...
Yeah, we found that out at a endurance race that causes problems, and unfortunately one team had to sit out.
That's correct. So we learned that the hard way there. Some of the other tracks we've done for our special events have more than 50 slots. So in that case, we can run the 50. We actually run 54 perhaps. But here's a big one. Will we see straight line, Franco?
Oh, hell no.
Hell no. I agree with you.
For a couple of reasons. One,
It's not
this track, the track doesn't lend itself to it. Number two, we've never had it happen.
Yep.
And number three, we've never had it happen.
And number four, we've never had it happen.
We just do not care about stubby holders that much.
That's right. Or koozies, or whatever you call it over there.
Mm.
Everywhere's an overtaken opportunity, Raj, if you believe. It has not happened, Smitty. Also, I'm the one that judges it, so I'm very harsh. You just refuse to accept it. Now, as far as the track goes, besides it being pretty technical, it's more so you're going to see a lot of cars dip their wheels into the dirt, which in turn is going to spin them. Now, the hope is here that it doesn't veer them onto the track, but that is a very high possibility, and that's when we'll see incidents early on. Corkscrew, we'll see a couple of cars just loop it, making a mistake there. That's just going to happen. But it's just avoiding that the best you can, keeping a cool head. A bit of defensive driving. Your goal here is to survive. You don't want to keep putting your car in the wrong side of a 50-50. You don't want to keep rolling that dice, because at some stage you're going to come off second best. Is Kitty Perry... Oh, Kitty's... No, I don't think Kitty... I think Kitty would rather play hentai puzzle than sim racing. This day and age, I haven't seen Kitty for quite some time. Mind you, hentai puzzle does sound alright.
Not very streamer friendly though.
No, not very streamer friendly. We need a third third cam. Just his face, just in the bottom right. So once we finish setting this grid, we will move along and show you the order of the cars.
Do you want to just do a flyby on cam 1?
Mate, I can do whatever you want to. I actually don't shouldn't
It's-
say that,
it's-
should I?
This is not too bad. Like, of all the straight lines I've seen attempted so far, although at the back here,
Wait for it.
Yeah.
Wait for it. What is
No,
this?
yeah, and then it's all gone pear-shaped. So everything up to that McLaren, the green McLaren,
That's a lot of cars. It just keeps going. It just keeps going. And then there's a truck. All right. So it looks like Andrew O'Hara's team, the Kaizen Motorsport, qualifying P1, Pakita and Jackie Baldwin. P2 with Kieran Potter, and I forget their teammate sitting in P3. And Ali Kyrudin, sorry. There you go. Just have to look at the other screen. Some good faces up there. All hand down at P6, Adini P5. We've also got Lowe is P4. Great work from the GSR team there. First highest placed Pro-Am. That Pro-Am team managed to snag 11th on the grid. That is fantastic. So we're in for a belter here. Can't wait. Yeah, as I was saying, in about 7, 8 hours, I think 8 hours time, we'll see the Europe Endurance Series make their debut. So stick around for that if you're in Europe. Pretty sure that I'll be up for that too.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'll be well and truly
I've got to give you
not online by then.
G'day, Suma. How are we, chat? Are we ready to go? 48 cars, Laguna Seca, round 1 Endurance Series. Round 1 of 4. Next round will be at Donington Park for more sadness. We've also got Hungaroring and Spa making up the 4 calendar.
Who's going to call this, Malik?
Look, mate, seasoned campaigner. Do we want Carnage? Or do we want... That's a great spacing. Okay, Twitch. Oh, Twitch. Wow. YouTube. Tell me, who wants to call it? Me or Franco? Because if you don't say anything, it'll be me. Looks like it's me, Franco.
Oh, well, there you go. Go for it.
All right. 48 cars, Laguna Seca, round 1 here, Asia Pacific Endurance Series. Put your tray tables up. Your seats in that right position and waiting for the green lights, which are delayed from Heap.
Green light.
And we're away. Great start there from the Porsche. Don't go too... Yes, good decision to back out of that. Goodbye, brake marker early on here as they dive down to turn 1. Very, very tentative through this opening sector. Please respect the fact that it's a 3-hour race. They've done pretty well so far. We're on board with Min Nguyen. Oh, there's a couple of cars around at the back, but it's not too bad. We'll stay on board with Min for the Alpha Venturi white car. The 717 entry. As we head up the hill, which will be a big indicator to how today's going to go as we hit the corkscrew. Oh, just behind Mitch, there's a rapidly approaching Min, and Megan D's right there as well. We'll skip up ahead, and we'll go with this camera because this is where it starts. Oh, 2 wides through here. The craziness.
Yeah, a lot of respect being shown by a couple of drivers, though. Nobody's defending too hard, given it is the opening lap, but there's a bit of push and shove there. She negotiated everybody at the moment. I think so, but lap 2 has always got potential. Keita sets the fastest lap. Currently sitting in P1. So Andy O'Hara has lost that position.
Oh, it's going. It's a good start.
Ride with Art Vanderlei. Currently up to P16.
Fantastic lap 1 there for Wonk Cam. Did you see that? It was on an angle? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's because I forgot to press F7 twice, but in saying that, it didn't really connect to a car. If you know what the cameras are like in this game, you know what I mean.
Meanwhile, got a Bentley looking on the inside of Aston. This is Alex Bone trying to get himself another position on Ty. Ty, who set a cracking lap during his qualifying. Unfortunately, Alex has got the move done. They charge their way up to the top of the hill.
Whoa, someone just...
Oh, and there's a car there that's gone wide. It's a McLaren, I think. And there's another one followed. That's one of the Lambos in the fire livery.
That'll happen quite often today. You missed your brake marker there. You do want to try and go off a little bit. Otherwise, if you try and correct it, you'll just loop it. Elevation changes there are pretty hardcore.
See one of the other Bentleys bring it up the inside. Michael Manns in the enduring Anzacs Bentley. Currently sitting down in P30 in the AM class. So that's not a bad spot for them.
Not at all. Just try and move around a little bit. GSR eMotorsports 2. They've dropped a couple of positions from the start. They're down at 6th. What flag is that? Houlihan moved up a place. Odyssey Racing Red. Adini's moved up a place, I think. Let's go on board. Pitch wall should be active. Maybe the server restart needed a kick, so check it again.
Kick low at the moment. Trying to hassle the back of Houlihan in that Porsche. Keita just setting PB laps at the moment. Enjoying it out in front, has it is Bakita, half a second in front of Andy O'Hara, so the big guns have decided to take the opening stints.
That's a pretty car. Sofa King slow, Michael Young teaming up with Kane Phipps for tonight. Leading Honda, and I think sole Honda in the whole entire series, which is staggering. Don't know why that is. F in chat there for Honda, but at least there's one more Honda than the BMW. Not a sole Beamer. Let's go a bit further down the order. Regan Herbert, not in his beloved Bentley tonight. With the Ferrari. I don't mind that livery there from the Rockets Evolved. Actually, it's fantastic. Oh,
Right, there's a car around. That's the JP team. Obviously got around at the corkscrew. I wonder if they've had help to get that back in gear.
Spaghetti goes fastest. A few gaps opening up here behind the Honda team as they've got through now. That was obviously the sneakers area. They were about 7th, 8th. So we'll suss out what's happened to those guys. Ryan Green, Alpha Venturi, Navy. Going great guns early. And there's an absolute swarm here, Franco.
Yeah, you can just have a look at the trap map. There's a couple of big groups. It's this one here. The one just crossing the start-finish line now. So those drivers will be having their wits about them at the moment. Some drivers thrive under these sort of conditions, and you have some drivers who just love to be able to just be on their own, just pumping in lap times. Find out which Hobbs is as we onboard a replay with JP.
Car ahead had just lost it wide just before that. Not sure who it is. Oh, the scented.
Yeah, he's the big old 10, and
as
I suspected, he had help, fortunately. So
this is what happened to Adini to start with.
Clobbered.
It's gone wide.
In that inside sausage curb, lifted the front of the car up. Absolutely no steering when there's no wheels on the ground, and then yeah, JP had got the move done. He was in front, I feel, into that corner, and then Deanie's just helped him round, so I think that's going to get looked at.
Yeah, I reckon so. Yeah, it's a hard corner to know how close you are to the person on the outside or inside, but looks like JP was there first. Amazing Stewart team will take a look and get that sorted. And Fahid Ghafour, 404 car, drive through for causing collision lap 2.
404, collision not found. He has managed to find one.
Look, I'll give you that. That was impressive. You've been waiting for something like that, haven't you?
This is some things you see and you just know you got to line something up. Well, Juong is the race sim prints. Very proud sponsor of Octane Online Racing. Oh, he gets right up to the close of missing in the Porsche.
Yeah, so expect harsher penalties here for a longer race. Which is fair enough in my eyes.
Yeah, especially when, 5 seconds in a 3-hour race may not affect your position all that much. Not much of a deterrent. Well, we're on board with Alex Bone in the Bentley. I have a feeling Alex has spent a little bit of time in the Bentley. Time gone past. He is in the Mercedes in the Sprint Series at the moment. Hopefully this will bring him a little bit more luck as he looks at the back of Vanderlei's car. Vanderlei covering him off. So the fence is on in earnest. Alex manages to tuck back inside. But
So, just up ahead. Regan Herbert up against it here. Look, he's involved. Looking very ominous.
yeah, this is the view back from Regan's car. You can see an absolute gaggle of cars looking to pounce as soon as he gets it wrong. He's going to be very careful here because he's in the sort of position where if somebody gets a move and he's had to go wide as he cuts the nose of that Porsche, but they make contact through the second apex.
Robbins racing there for me. Left the door open.
Certainly did.
I think Missa needs a second invite, but Regan having the inside there gets the position back and they keep fighting. Regan's looking very loose in the rears here, very slippy. Maybe a tyre temp issue. In the background, looks like Alex Bowen's just got past latex manufacturers Art Vanderlei. Stephen Tyre right up the rear as well. Just show you what it looks like on board going over the corkscrew here. It's quite blind. You can't see diddly. So this is where practice and muscle memory is so important. Is it a blue flag being waved? I don't know. Maybe it was a fan just trying to troll us.
Damn fans with their blue flags. Alex Bone is now going to set up after Ryan Duong. Dini again. A bit of damage on the front of that Bentley. He's looking at green.
I reckon there'd be a little bit. Baggerman's stop go 10 for an unsafe rejoin on lap 1, so that's opposite lock. Another penalty dished out. This is our events are always live stewarded, barring any staffing issues. Thank you for the subscription there. So we like to steward them live as best we can. Just adds another element to the racing, and
We'd like to know the results of the race. Checker flag's fallen, not 2 days after the fact.
oh, exactly. And sometimes there's a lot to digest after a long event.
Yeah, I hate to imagine the amount of overtime you have to pay stewards to go through a 6-hour endurance race. And there's Adini very squirrely out of the last corner. Might involve Min Nguyen.
Holds on for now. Let's go back up. The battle with Herbert. There's a swarm of cars behind him. These guys aren't too far back from that battle we just watched with Adini. Hey, just quickly have a look at who's leading the race. Franco with some very familiar faces. Philippa Bakita leading the way from Eddie O'Hara. 4 tenths.
Yeah, and Andy's not going away though. So earlier on, Philippa was setting the quickest lap times. Still holds the fastest lap so far, but Andy, as normal, is not going away. So one thing about Andy's driving is I feel he certainly gets more comfortable and quicker in the car as it goes on and on the tyres. Doesn't seem to lose the time as the tyres go off. Very strong at the back end of races. Oh, as he's fighting to turn the car through turn 1 there.
That is
Had
a lot
to
of
put
work.
a lot of work on the wheel, but probably still quicker through that corner than me.
The thing is, he probably wouldn't have lost any time just carrying that speed through there. So 919, Ryan Green, he has a train forming. And it's even better connect up to the other train behind Herbert. Let's just go back down the order a little bit more. So Sneakers, who got spun up to the P20. Expect a big fight back again from this team. Nathan Batham, Spaghetti Racing. Unsure if they've raced in our events before. I feel like they haven't, but I also feel like they've been in the rookie series. So apologies if you have. There's a lot of drivers now, and
Very
normally pretty good.
very Lightning McQueen livery on that Bentley.
No, it is. I love it. I love it. Team Nico Days, great bunch, Japanese team. Unsure about their livery selection, but I'll give them props for creativity. And
Bryce Meddings getting a drive-through for causing a collision on lap 2.
welcome to the party, pal. Further down the order, we've got Adam Lilly and Audi Tings. And a very, very, very beat up Corey Tui's car behind has been hit from everywhere. I think they started at the back, so they've moved up quite a bit.
Shout outs to Yeehoot.
Yeehoot! Very popular wording that used to be on Twitch.
Well, that's a bit of an audacious move by Henry Liu there, man from Hong Kong.
I think he's just corrected the car, got a bit deep with the corkscrew before when he sneaks through. Someone comes in to serve a pit stop early. It's Tui.
Yeah. So Tui's decided to get that damage repaired. It's a bit beat up.
Pretty good decision.
Well, this is a battle at the moment. Or is this lap traffic? No.
No, this is P3, P4.
Oh, it is. It is Potter and Houlihan. Thought for a minute it was two Porsches and one was the lap traffic, but Potter having to go super defensive. Houlihan looks outside then inside. And stay on the inside, might get his nose cut off. Does he? No, backs out of it. Potter parks the car on that apex right where he needed to.
Willie will always ask the question of you. He will put that pressure on. He's got a blowtorch in that car. If he will try and spook you deep, and if you do go deep, he is already gone past.
Yeah, he's a fantastic defensive driver as well, as we've seen. So if he does get past you, he's very hard to get past again. Is that
It's Lawson.
Lawson, sorry, lap car, but car 5, P5, car 128. It's looking in the background there as well as we jump down to this battle for the top 10.
You love it.
So we have a yellow at the exit of the corkscrew.
That is the Bentley we just watched. Oh no, I'll take the back.
Is that 959?
Yes. We'll try and get to it in a sec. Oh, they are right around. Just trying to wait for their moment to go and get back around and away.
Yeah, so Michael Manns has come to grief at the corkscrew. So yeah, that was the car I was talking about. Just in the background of these two, and as these two fight on, it'll be a three-way battle very shortly. especially as they start to approach traffic. So it always adds another variable to it. Both running a little bit wide on that exit, kicking up a little bit of dirt.
That's really brought the 128 car into play here. Who's that ahead? So
Oh, he's gone wide though. Manages to hold on.
some blue flag action now.
Yeah, but there's going to be a
Oh, you
move,
gotta
and this
be-
could be trouble.
Got to be. Oh man, the Porsche. Hooly Dooly has just used the back markers to get through. Horrible place to be blue flagged, and that's cost Kieran Potter a monumental amount of time.
Yeah, he's under pressure now. He'll be fuming about that. There was a battle unfolding in front of him. For position, unfortunately, they're also blue flag cars as well, and Houlihan, as we said earlier, he will take an opportunity. Don't worry about that. Did not need to be invited twice.
It's one of those
Yeah.
things with endurance racing.
Hit low now.
Gonna put the
Hassling.
pressure.
He is putting the pressure on Potter.
Yeah, it was an awkward moment because there was a car in 40th and a car in 45th. I'm assuming one car's a lap down, one car's 2 laps down. So the 45 position car was blue flagged for the 40, and the 40 was blue flagged for those that are sitting here. So looks like the 40's trying to go through, but the car ahead's kind of lost the car a little and it's gone nearly 4 wide. So here, you just have to be patient. There's nothing that the blue flag car can do if you're approaching that quickly. It's just, once you do have a chance, just tuck out of the way off the racing line.
Oh, once again. Probably
all.
thought he was going to get let through earlier than that.
It's all about awareness.
So this is where, as you said, patience is going to help. We're only not even half an hour into this race. There's Malloy, P40 slow out of the corkscrew. Yeah, somebody chat pointing out O'Hara must have had an off somewhere, or either he had some issue with track because he's now 4 seconds behind Bakita. But this is when you start getting these blue flag situations, this is where it gets a little bit tricky. As you can see, the track map is absolutely swarming with cars at the moment.
I just found a very unfortunate incident I'll show you in a second.
Alright, while we wait for that. And currently P8 holding off Green in the Porsches. Here we go. So this is Zach Malloy. Said he was a little bit slow coming out of the corkscrew earlier. Looks okay here. Just straight lines it and then loses. Oh,
And that's P6.
P6 had nowhere to go. So that is one of the dangers of endurance racing with lap traffic. Sometimes things can happen in front of you and you just have nowhere to go. That's Young in the Honda.
Yeah, they're about to do an early stop. So their strategy is going to be changed right here.
Got another car stopped at the corkscrew as well. I think that's car 28.
Again, that's the same car we just watched, isn't it? Soon find out, but these guys are still going at it.
This is Hobbs and Green. Just managing to... Oh, there's a bit of a snap there from the Porsche.
Oh no, she's
And-
around!
And tags. McLaren, unfortunately, just saw it. Saw it
Green.
happening in slow motion. Just got the wobbles on and couldn't save it on the third time. Yeah, Glad Howard in chat says turning more into a battle royale.
Just Just as what we expected.
It just didn't look like it was taking the right line through that corner and just unsettled the car. And I thought it was going to hold on there for 2 out of the 3 times, and then the 3rd time was unlucky.
I'm just trying to find what's happened to Mr. Andy O, just to drop back a little bit. As we can see, Sofa King Slow out of the pits. Oh, Ryan Juong racing Prince car.
And it just gets worse with the Honda feeding out into all of this traffic.
Yep, just have to let it through.
So not only have they lost time doing the early pit stop and repairing damage, they're now in a massive train of cars that have all got fights going on at the moment. See, they go side by side. So that there's a lap car in there. Meanwhile, Misson now might look for a bit of the old opportunity that Houlihan did earlier, using the lap traffic to get a move done. So Misson trying to get the move done on Juong. It's so hard to find somewhere to let some of this traffic through if you're a backmarker, as Malloy has picked up a 10-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, I think with Andy, it's just feeding through traffic.
Yep. That gap now out to nearly 6 seconds, so Keita obviously having an easier time getting through the traffic, but now here's a battle what could happen between these two, Houlihan and O'Hara.
I don't see any damage, but maybe a tyre issue as well. I'm not sure. Like,
well, he did look a bit squirrely. We went on board with him earlier, and he was definitely fighting the car through some of these corners. So maybe tyres are just not where they need them, or maybe the setup, the full fuel load. Houlihan now. You can see P2 in front of him. Still a long way to go. Sorry, we moved forward. I thought for a minute there O'Hara had disappeared from our screen. I was like, oh no, O'Hara's had a disconnection, but Alex just pulled the fast one on us.
Just want to see how the car's looks like it's handling.
Yeah. This corner earlier, that looks a lot smoother.
Sure does. It could just be traffic. There's a lot of it. Back to this awesome gaggle we've been watching for quite some time. Nearly 20 laps in. A lot of red out there.
This red has been a bit of a colour. Zadini has, yeah, I think that's the one we talked about earlier and saw.
Yeah.
He has picked up a drive through. I think he's fair enough.
Yeah, make a mistake like that. Expect similar. 375's around. That's Macintosh. It's after the corkscrew.
Yeah, that's Rainy Curve. He's had a spin either into Rainy Curve or he's just continued to spin from the corkscrew around. So this train of cars, Alex Bone, sitting in P16. Still hasn't managed to get past Vanderlei yet.
How many laps are we going to be expecting tonight, do you think, Franco? Let's have a guess.
420.
420? Done. I don't quite think that much, but let's go. 25?
What lap are we on at the moment?
20. 21.
21.
Does that work out?
Now I'm trying
No,
to do the maths in my head.
I'm going with 125.
Now I'll go with 121.
Righto.
Oh, his bone goes wide. He clobbered the inside curb a bit there and is trying to wrangle that Bentley and does, but he's lost the spot there. Stephen Ty, I think, coming through. Oh, that's a big old send. I don't know if that was a send or just a missed braking opportunity there. So for Muhammad, almost got a rear full of Bentley. Got another car around. This is Nick Mountain in P46. My race car is ruined. Well, it is now. It's full of dirt.
Sticking to brand. Very on brand.
That was a very hard defence there by Paul Kranich. I thought for a second there the red mist would have descended, but Fahad, he would have absolutely sent it on Paul. Feels like he may have felt like Paul just cut off his run there.
This car's seen better days, but looks.
Yes. Fire livery is so far inside that engine bay, I'd say.
Great to see GSR Motorsports. It's got 3 teams out there this series.
Yeah, so we've got 2 of the fire. One's got the yellow wheels. Meanwhile, Minuet, currently representing nobody. Trying to pick his way through this traffic. Currently 15 seconds off Lowe, who's in P5.
I think the Alpha Venturi team have got 4 cars out there, 5 cars. Odyssey Racing have got 4. We have allowed teams to enter. We do have a limit for the amount of cars teams can enter though, so just to stop it from being there's 3 teams in the whole field. For obvious reasons, it just probably doesn't look great.
Is that meant to be white or is it silver?
Uh,
That Lambo.
It's actually meant to be brown, but
Oh, I think my graphics card's on the way out. I was going to say if it is silver and black, then I rate it.
ooh,
Well, that car's gone wide. Just gets it back on the racing line.
Audi Ting sneaks through. So half an hour in, we've seen kind of what we expected. I haven't seen anything that I wasn't expecting. There's going to be issues in certain corners. There's going to be blue flag moments. People just trying to control their nerves. That's such a big thing here.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of people who get a good result over just not being involved in incidents. Got car 4 is currently around as well now. Probably see that in a second. No, it's along on its way.
Just spotted this absolute beast of a battle. So One Tire Tribe 1 sitting in 8th overall. The leading Pro-Am team had a stellar qualifying 11th. And right up here in the battle with the pros. Megan D having a great stint. So who is it in this battle? It's Odyssey Racing Gold. No, I take that back. There's so much gold out there that it's Mitchy Hobbs, our main man, Gen Z Team Rapid. Don't know why he's got that name today, not the BDE name. Just doing his own thing again. His own thing in his own thing.
Oh, it's
Oh,
bit of dirt there from Juong.
They both dipped. They dipped again.
Yeah, it's not all dirt is created equal. There are some spots you can get away with it, but there are some others you absolutely cannot. D doing a stellar job holding off Juong at the moment. It's very hard to get an overtake done if you're on very similar pace. That's why we see some moves that we saw earlier with Houlihan, just using the lap traffic to your advantage. There's the send. Is that Megan D getting a move on Hobbs? It is. Now it's going to be a drag race down into turn 1.
Oh, no.
Oh, Duong. Sorry, Hobbs has got to be very careful here. He could lose 2 in 1 to Duong as well. Been hung out to dry. Unfortunately, Duong has followed through, so it shows you how easy it is.
We need to change those if he has. You have a lot of caps, Octane. What do you mean? What have I missed something?
Oh, there's a car around there too as well.
It is Nick Mountain. Might have to upgrade from ruined to destroyed. My race car is. You have to tell me, mate, because I'm fucking. You have a lot of caps. I do actually own a lot of caps, but I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about. And if you do,
I think he saw a flash of the studio and mentioning the amount of hats you have.
oh, there's actually. I think there's only 2 in the background, but there's a lot more than 2 behind Megan D here. My favourite hat in the world that I streamed with for 2 years, my girlfriend destroyed it by putting it in the washing machine. And I just haven't been the same person since.
Was that the Auntie Donna?
No, it was out of Donna. It was the blue Oakley hat.
Okay. I think I may have seen you wear that. Like in real life, not on stream. Meanwhile,
You like the Segway? Was that good? I've done... Oh, I wish I had a clip of it. I don't know if you watch it. I did a Segway where we'll talk about 24. And so speaking of 24, there's 19 seconds left, 90 minutes left in the race. It was so stupid, but I got a laugh, and that's all that matters to me. Not ex-girlfriend. Cannot. Nah, just still. I'm still with her. She's just on probation. No more washing hats. She's not watching this, so I can probably get away with saying
yes,
that.
she's on probation.
Yeah.
Do not believe a word of that, chat.
Okay, the reason why she washed the hat because she said it's so dirty it stinks. I'm like,
Yeah.
when do you sniff my fucking hats?
Translated, when you wear it, she doesn't want to be around you.
Yeah, look, she's probably right. But she did buy me 3 hats afterwards because I chucked such a sook over it. It's quite amusing because in the same week, like, she's wonderful and she's never ruined any of my clothes before. She destroyed a hat and a Kathmandu jacket. I was probably more annoyed about the jacket because it was a bit more expensive. But she replaced both, so who's really winning?
So Sam Misson having a look. This way that this straight, I suppose you call it, sort of bends to the inside of turn 1. Just makes it easy just to drift along and cover off any potential runs that your opponent may. You saw it there with Misson, who looked like he was catching up to the back of Hobbs, but just the way the track naturally curves that way, Hobbs was able to get back onto the racing line and just block any run that poor old Misson had. So back to the drawing board for him.
Speaking of clothes, those that sim race, and okay, probably not ones that use a pad, but those that with a wheel that have like a wheel set up, maybe even a seat set up. What is your go-to attire? Is there anything in particular that you must wear while you're sim racing?
Yep,
Or
I have
don't wear?
I have a fireproof race suit.
You don't.
That I always
it's
wear.
not fireproof, mate. And you use a wetsuit. I've seen it.
Whatever shows off the bulge. Anyway, Malloy trying to avoid the pits there. See another car go wide through the last corner as well.
Oh, it's just
see,
close again.
Yeah, once again, Hobbs just closing off the run. It's unfortunate for Misson, who's getting a great run out of the last corner and is able to carry much speed, but is just able to plonk the car right in the way. He's got to be careful though. He doesn't want to be moving too much in the braking zone.
Yeah, I think that's all good for now. So,
Yeah.
what have we got in chat? saying what they wear. So Falminian saying tracky socks and mountain bike gloves. Oliver Shoesmith's in the birthday suit. It's a very sweaty chair, mate. I have a pair of shorts I'm going to use on F1 race night. Never in practice. Dive balls, that is great. Gym wear that keeps me cool and lifting shoes that feel good on the brake pedal. Yeah, I like it. Shorts and grippy socks. I've got a heap of those grippy socks. My brother used to work at like a trampolining place and just had a heap of them. Gloves, can't drive without the Sparko ones. Juzzy, same as me, mate. I've got a pair of Sparko ones and I always have to have them on when I race. Not just around the house because that'd be weird. Princey saying socks and generally sweats because they're more comfortable than driving in jeans. Yep, agreed there. Trek suit there for Kiwi gamers. Gecko saying my lucky socks, of course. Any of you stream with a foot cam? Because if so, I'm going to come and watch it. And if so, Cam will watch it because Cam is a freak with feet. Speaking of sadness, Seca Riley's picked up a drive-through for causing collision on lap 15. These guys are this is going to come out of that pit stop. And we can expect to see some pit stops in the next 5 minutes, I reckon. If they're balancing out their stops, is that the 45-minute window in this endurance series is what you're looking at? Were you going to tap out early and change your strategy here, Franco, if you're in this gaggle, or it doesn't really matter too much because of how much traffic is on the track anyway?
Well, there's a couple of things you've got to consider. Number one, what driver are you sticking in the car? If you're potentially sticking in somebody that's quicker than you, then most certainly I would be looking at the early pit stop. It's also a balance of also trying to keep that faster driver in the car for as long as you can. Obviously, teams will be looking at as blitz in the Convicts and Colonials car, being sent in the prison out in the dirt. Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of discussion between teams as once again Sam Misson doing everything he can to try and get past Mitch Hobbs. So he's going to try a different tack this time. He's going to go around the outside. Try the over and under, but once again Mitch Hobbs absolutely parking that car right where he needs to.
I think we just saw Ryan Duron get past Megan D. Yep, up to 7th. It's been a long time battle. What else did we see in chat about what you wear when you sim race? VR can be very claustrophobic and cause heater to appear next to the sim. Yes, I don't race VR because I get too hot and I don't like that.
Yeah, it's the only thing that's sort of... I would love to do VR, but I think the headsets at the moment will just generate too much heat.
Yep.
And just a little bit too awkward. So I think obviously generations to come will potentially solve that issue, but at the moment I'll give it a miss.
Don't play me. Steely's wearing some of his old dirt bike gloves because I can't find my mountain bike ones. That's fair.
Yeah, I bought like cheap knockoff dirt bike gloves from the sim racing.
There used to be some people in the pit, sorry, just to cut you off there. One of them was Blitz, who we saw around before. You can get away with most sets of gloves. That's a very wide line there from Samwise. He's got to be careful coming out of the pits here. As I was saying, it's probably his first stop, but traffic is a forte here as he comes out.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Herbert and Hignett, who were trying to claw their way onto the back of the battle happening in front of them. As there's a car around.
Riley.
There too, that's Riley.
Riley, you're in chat! Please tell me that's a different Riley. Please, because if it is, you just won the Samwise Award. So, obviously here with Samwise is he's come out of the pits on a fresh set of tyres. He's wanting to gap the car ahead, but he's got to be very careful because the cars behind are in a battle and he's not gapping them, and ahead of the car ahead are a battle. So there he goes. He's just got to tap out of this and settle in because it's not his fault that he's a lap down. Or, sorry, it's not their fault that he's a lap down. Let's sort of find out if that was actually Tom Riley in chat, because that's a big no-no. Focus on the race first in my beautiful voice afterwards. Juzzy D saying he's got a prosthetic leg and it's hard to drive with one foot. Mate, if that's true, you are a legend. You're not the only one in OOR that I know that's got one leg, or one half of one leg, which is a couple of other drivers, which always hats off. That is just a mega. I know there's a person that's got a severe illness that has to use pad, and they do a fantastic job.
Speaking of, people with, I know they're called disabilities, but they probably don't see. There's a fantastic story about a professional Street Fighter player called Broly Legs, who has very limited control of both of his arms and uses his mouth, and he is like top tier competitive in the scene, and it is amazing to watch, and I highly recommend you go and check him out if you do see him.
I think I've seen it. He's a ripper.
Yeah, it's amazing. If you want to do something bad enough, there's nothing to stop you from doing it.
Exactly. When there's a will, there's a way.
Bantham picked up a drive-through. Saw that flash up on the screen as well, as Cam is trying to get your attention, Malt. As these two go into the pits at the same time, I don't know about that. I think Sam may have missed a trick here by
going in same time.
Going another lap. Maybe getting an overcut would have been worth a shot.
Roger Tango, Cameron. Okay, that's why it hasn't worked.
Meanwhile, out in front, Andy O'Hara has managed to claw that gap back to under 2 seconds. Meanwhile, Roland Houlihan is a second off the back of Andy, so these three sort of running in their own little bubble at the minute, but as we saw, as Houlihan, he is going to be the first one out of the leading trio to pit.
I like that decision. Flying at the moment. I think he started about 6th, 5th.
Yeah, not a bad call, considering the other two are staying out.
It's a swarm of cars, 14th and 19th.
Yeah, but Keita's one of those that likes to go as long as she possibly can.
Yeah.
From previous experience.
Especially if she's leading. If she's got air in front of her, she'll just drive into it forever. Let's go try to look at a few more battles. Hopkinson looks like he's close to Karud. They're coming out of the pit, so that's trolled us there. Karud comes out. Karud's now in the car for Rockets Evolved. He's in the car for Misson.
There's a car stopped on the main straight. Car 272 has got an issue somewhere.
Just trying to find it.
And no, they teleported back to the pit, so something's happened there.
F. I just want to keep an eye out on the Bakita and Bakita's around! Bakita is around!
Wow!
She's going to have to pit now. No choice. No choice but to pit. We'll find out what happened in a sec. O'Hara is... I don't know. 97.
Nope, Keita is staying out.
Interesting. That's a lot of damage. That's potentially doubling up here.
So Andy has inherited the lead.
He has. Alright, we'll go back to our broadcast studio here to find out what has happened. I'm hoping it's not a back marker.
Maybe she's extended the tyre life just that one lap too long.
Nah, she would have pitted then.
So here we go. Into the corkscrew. There's car around in front of it. That's all right. They've held the brakes. Oh, there's more carnage in front of it. Not.
Oh, then she's looped it herself. Just panicked a little bit.
Yeah. So she's all right here. She's just got to get forward momentum, but she's gassed it up while still on the dirt. Just needed to hold off the loud pedal until she was back on the tarmac. It would have been okay, but unfortunately looped it. Oh, there we go. There's a replay of what happened. So there's a Merc around.
Oh, that 90 car again has been caught up in something.
Yeah, that poor Honda has been in the wars, and unfortunately, I don't know what's happened to that that Mercedes, but looked like kept the foot on the gas when it was coming around, which may not have helped things. But anyway, we'll see what she would say about that. But that's unfortunate for Bakita, who was comfortably leading the race, had about a 2-second gap, but all of a sudden now 10 seconds off the back of Andy O'Hara. But as we say in these endurance racing, a long way to go, and the other drivers have still got to get into cars. As Aris Sayami picks up a 15-second penalty for a collision. Currently sitting down in P9. Well, Karud down at P12. On board with Adini, who was involved in some incidents earlier on.
Still waiting to see. I don't think these two have pitted, 217, 218.
No, these two definitely haven't. Apologies. When will Andy pit, do you think?
Oh, it's got to be soon. I know he's probably making the most of, again, that air ahead. What car is he? 97. He is... Let's go. Bakita's pitting.
So Bakita is in. Interesting to see where she comes out relative to the team of Houlihan.
I'm trying to find out where Hooley is. It'll be Dan Hunter now.
Yeah, so Dan Hunter. Come on, Porsche. Bakita, I think, is just lifted, I think. But I don't think it's going to be enough. I think she's going to lose... Well, that team's going to lose the spot to Hunter.
Yep. Expected that. Bit of damage. Lost time through the spin. Away we go.
I've got to say, they're currently sitting in P3 after everything shakes out. O'Hara's in the pits now too. So we'll see if this undercut from Daniel Hunter, see if that'll get him any progress on the leading McLaren.
It's got to be close. I don't think it's going to be... I don't think they'll be in front, but it'll be close.
Yeah, it's traffic as well. It's hard to tell because if you've had to make your way through 4 or 5 cars of traffic in those in a lap, it's going to add time on easily a second. Hunter approaches the final corner now. And we'll see where they come out in relation to Corey Sweet, who's now in the McLaren. So you can see on the map there, 97 slowly making its way towards the corner now. This will be close. I think Sweet's gonna just
got it.
Yep. So there you go, that's your gap. So it wasn't a bad decision, maybe though a little bit of lap traffic at the end there. Undid Hunter, but he will have his tyres up to temp because you just saw there Corey Sweet has gone wide.
Bang, gone, lost him.
And that's it, that's P1 essentially. Zadini and Bone are still to make their first pit stop, so just shows you the undercut is not just the time you make while they make their pit stop, it's also the time it takes them to get their car up to temp. And also the new driver to get up to speed, get their rhythm going, and just showing you as we see an Audi at the end of into the wall there at the corkscrew.
What is going on here? Kingston Brits, they've made their swaps. Side by side. Oh, Alpha Infantry Black looks pacey, but there's no spot.
And Howard in chat saying Samwise Holmes has just had a massive shunt, and you should probably look at that when you get a chance.
And in the pits. Alright, we will watch that. We will just quickly go up the front. Looks like Odyssey Racing are going pretty long here. Into the hour mark. Got two cars, 217, 218, leading this race. See in the background.
See that Howard in chat asking for the server to crash right now, and standings to be based off where they are in track right at this minute, as Mans has got a stop go 10 for an unsafe rejoin.
No, we wouldn't be classified, sorry Howard. You have to do 99.6% of the race. No, I have fucking no idea. We'd actually restart it with 2 hours to go. Samwise Holmes, let's look at the... Oh, that is a very damaged vehicle from what I can just see. How many times has he hit it? Because the front's absolutely carked it several laps ago. What was the mention in chat about the car?
Said had a massive shunt. That's all I've got.
I don't know if I've got the visual glitch.
Someone in chat can point out exactly what lap and what corner. That would sound. Meanwhile, teammates currently 1 and 2. Linus Dern still to make their pit stop, so obviously there'll be a bit of a swap around once they do that. There's a car stopped at towards the exit of the corkscrew. These guys hopefully will obey the yellow flags and be a little bit careful. As you see there's a Lambo, I think, right into the wall. So here we go. This is Samwise Holmes. I think that's the one I said was at the top of the corkscrew. Yeah, it's just not stopped that car at all.
Oh, that's monstrous. That probably won't buff out. Way too late on the brakes. Way too late. That's unfortunate there.
Yeah, don't know if I think he teleported straight to the pits too, so that's going to be a long old pit stop to get that car up and going. Well, Brits, a bit of unfortunate for his team. No, it wasn't his team, sorry, earlier on. With another one. Currently sitting in the top 10. Looking at the back of Connor Kingston's Lamborghini. Oh, don't do the Honda like this. That poor old Honda. It didn't have bad luck, it had no luck at all.
Yeah, it's twice the ban.
It's twice on stream that we've caught that they've been caught up in incidents that weren't their fault.
Pretty hectic race so far.
Yeah, you'd hate to be feeding back out after you pit stop into this sort of battle.
Another one around 919's around at corkscrew.
I think I've called that before once already tonight.
T. Riley.
Yeah, currently sitting P33. Well, the camera struggling to catch up to Pat Oliver. gone side by side. That's brave. Still going to be on the outside. McLaren does give him a little bit of room. But he will have to tuck. He does not have the line through that fast kink. And now it's the charge up into the hill. So once again, he will reset. Guys in a decent battle. Meanwhile,
218's pitted. Washington. Oh, he's in a swarm.
well, that's not an ideal spot to come back out. So, the loudest Howard. He's going to have his work cut out in this big gaggle of cars from P7 down to, what's that, P10?
Yep. Lamborghini, a couple of Bentleys, Porsche, that's it, Porsche. Wiggly there. So Alex Bowen, when he pits, he's going to come out into this battle as well.
Yeah, certainly will. Oh, as Washington's going to try and go around the outside to take advantage of a little bit of traffic, and he's going to go side by side with Brits. Brits, he's going to have the inside line into turn one, but he's going to be the last of the late breakers. They're going to still go side by side. Jeremy hoping to hold on to have the inside line into two, but it's not going to work, and he's going to be lucky not to get taken by the Porsche Karud. Manages to slip back in. Brit's going defensive into turn three. So very, very lucky there. Nobody coming to grief, and now Washington's had to go on the defensive as Karud has thrown it up the inside, and I think he's going to get the move done. No, they're going to say side by side. Unfortunately, Karud having to back out.
Story. Discord. So who else is in this battle? Regan Herbert was in it for a while. I thought there was a 5-second gap. They're gaining if this is holding them up. So we've got Racing Prince. Kingston's just trying to extend now away from this fighty pack. Alex Bowen last lap was a 23.6, Brits was a 24.3, so the overcut might be handy here for Alex because he's got a bit of space. If he sees any traffic ahead, if he pits, I think he's going to come out ahead.
Yeah, he's also got to hope that he's not having to repair any damage, because that obviously will add time onto his pit stop. But yeah, as you said, he is lapping quicker than these guys because they're too busy fighting each other. So one of the few instances the overcut may be the better strategy for his situation, because he sure as hell doesn't want to come out in the middle of this battle, because you know he's got, if anything, he's probably going to, if anything, he's going to probably run into his teammate, which will be awkward.
I don't see him not coming out ahead. Let's go side by side here. So Alex Bowen's on the right hand side. The swarm that we're watching now on the left. It dropped.
So he's dropped.
Easy. They're just getting to the last corner now.
He's still not up to speed yet. He's only getting there now. It's going to be close, I reckon.
Actually, a bit closer than I thought. They're just going past him on the straight, as you can see. This might be tighter than I was actually thinking. He's actually going to come out behind. See, that pit's quite deceiving. He's actually going to join the back of this group. So, played yourself.
Yeah, the whole fact that it loops around turn one catches a few people out, as Bone now has to get, as Braden Ross is now in the car, we'll have to get those tyres up to temp. Meanwhile, these guys, their tyres will be fine.
Take it all back. Take it all back. Kind of wasn't expecting that, but it happened. Oh, that's weird.
See, McLaren trying to get out of the way of this massive train of cars.
It's done reasonably well there, to be honest.
Yeah.
And they caught back up to Kingston.
Yeah, sometimes the best method is to get right off the racing line, and by racing line I mean the entire track. This has got to help Braden Ross, who's a little bit off the back of these guys now, so he really needs them to fight each other.
I don't think, no disrespect to Ross, but based on what I've seen practice-wise, I don't think he's going to have the same pace as Alex. Apparently they were 19th before the stop started, so they've actually still gained 9 spots, but Ross has got the work to do here, but Alex has put him in a great position. Whoa, that is, speaking of positions, that's a push.
Yeah, don't know if he got contact there into
that'll help Ross.
Yep, so he gets a spot there, and Jezza.
Oh, he's turned the car off as well.
He can turn the car off, or he just making sure he wasn't.
Nah, he's turned that car off, 100%.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yep. Loud Howard has, unfortunately, and uncharacteristically made a mistake. So
To replay and see exactly what happened. Fortunately, tagged the Porsche Carrot as well.
Yes, well, I'll watch it back. I'll find it on the broadcast. But it doesn't take much. So Ross has made the most of that. He's got it back up a couple of positions to 9th, sorry.
Yeah, if they started P19, that is a mega stint from Alex. So here we go. Yeah, just lost it on entry. And Carrot, luckily enough, hit him right in the middle of that Porsche. Yeah, you're right. Car has no revs. Didn't panic though, managed to get it going fairly quickly.
Yep. At least he didn't turn it off on Mistral Straight. Hands up if you've done that before. My hand's up, by the way.
Yeah, there's a...
I was his teammate at the time.
There was a more famous instance of that at Bathurst, I remember.
Oh, really?
Yeah, certain team had the car stop. No one's been able to determine what happened, but yeah, car just stopped.
Turned off.
And that was it. I won't name names.
Oh, the one when they blew it up. They didn't turn it off, they blew it up! That was before the engine light was prominent, but that looked like an engine explosion. How do you manage to turn off a car on a straight? Easy. Actually, if you've got ignition or starter key down on your wheel and you try to press push to talk, but it's actually you're turning off your car button, it'll turn off no matter where you are. And not only do you have to come to a stop, if you're on Mistral Straight, you're already doing 250. That's a lot of time you're going to lose. But yeah, so after that race, I actually went and bought a button box. And now my keybind for turning my car on is not quite in, or it is just in arm's reach.
It's an effort.
It's an effort. I can't really make a mistake of pressing it now.
Yep.
Like the Muppet I was.
Meanwhile, this battle for the top 10. Van Vliet and Hopkinson have managed to catch up to Bob Ross.
Just going to quickly go down the order a little bit here. We've got a Donald T. Fighty. I think that's how you pronounce it. Is
T.
nice
Whitey?
little battle. No, it's T. Fighty.
All right.
The
F
yeah.
silent.
Exactly.
Okay.
Apparently. Yeah, exactly. Routus. Zach O'Reilly's picked up a stop go 30. Did we see that for anything? Could be for track limits, not sure. But if anyone I know would like to join our stewarding team and learn how it all works and help us out. We're definitely on the lookout for some more people to join.
Must bring your own abacus.
Bring your own abacus, your own drinks.
So Mohammed's also picked up a 10-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 27.
Yeah, because unfortunately the stewards are... I hope you thank your stewards and don't give them a hard time, because anyone giving the stewards a hard time will be absolutely smacked by me. They're doing a fantastic job, and there's a lot of cars actually struggling out there today, and it's pretty hectic work in the office, so be kind. One of the good features of the TM wheels is that it's based away from the wheel.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I had a tan wheel. Yeah, that would be perfect. O'Connor Kingston. The Alpha Venturi white car, although, again, to me that looks silver, not white.
Yeah, they've just changed it to it looks very satin.
Yeah, it's probably a white satin, but
Yeah.
to me that looks silver and black.
It does,
which,
it does.
You know,
It looks good, but it doesn't look white.
I'm a big favourite of silver and black, as you know.
Yes, you are. Also up the front though, you can see the gap between P1 P2, less than a second. We'll check in on that soon.
That's got to help Jakey Baldwin, who's currently in P3. That gap's now just under 10 seconds, so he really needs them two to box on.
Yeah, we'll keep it on that gap. But the Racing Prince car, the 130 car, has been in the thick of it, which you love to see. A couple of good battles behind as well. We've got Crud's there with him. The battle for 20th heating up. Riley's had a couple of spins, unfortunately. This is a battle for 9th and 10th.
Yeah, this is Van Vliet looking to get a move done on Braden Ross.
And does.
Yeah, but Ross
Will
can't
it end there?
rest. Yeah, I don't think he can rest on his laurels. He's got Jezza Washington, who is no slouch.
Will there be team orders here for the Odyssey?
I think there is.
I don't think Ross has got much choice.
Yeah, I think Ross might potentially let Washington through very quickly through here.
He's got to be careful
No,
though, because those behind is Mr. John Sinekas.
JP after their
They've moved up 7 spots since.
yeah, they've done all right.
What do you call a group of Bentleys? A fleet? It's
Flotilla.
Flotilla. Look at them all. They're all different positions. But there's 4 in a row, and then there's a random one that's a lap down. Oh my goodness. This is a 4-way battle with Bentleys. Haven't seen anything like this since World War II, the Battle of the Atlantic. Which car's a U-boat?
Oh, it'd have to be a Porsche, wouldn't it?
Porsche. Or the Audi. Nah, it'd have to be the Porsche. Just got that feel about it. Washington. Well, it didn't take long, did it? Geez, he slipped through there.
Yep, certainly did. On Sinekas.
Armada, that's a good one.
Country Club.
I love the Bentley. I loved the Bentley before everyone else did. Well, I feel like I did.
For a car that doesn't look as aerodynamic as a lot of the other cars, it is surprisingly good.
Yeah,
like
it's
if you,
not
if
as
you were to,
heavy.
yeah, you would look at that Bentley and look and go, that's got no downforce and is a massive brick on wheels, but it is not.
No.
So, is it the best sleeper car in ACC?
It must have a really good aero package because it can turn under brakes. I mean under throttle. Turn under brakes. It turns under throttle. It's also not the heaviest car out there. Some people would expect, obviously depending on BOP. And it isn't the widest car. It's just the tallest by a fucking mile. I think the McLaren's wider than the Bentley.
I think the Nissan would probably carry a little bit more weight.
Yeah. Obviously, it depends who's driving.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
It looks as though he don't have against a barn.
Pace is relative. So to the driver that's currently behind the wheel as
he's
someone
blue,
goes exit,
blue flags.
blue flag out into the weeds. Sometimes you got to do.
Seeing a lot less spins here now on top of the old corkscrew. Maybe some drivers just trying to find their... Uh-oh. Excuse me. You can see people are rolling off the throttle earlier. They're doing some more controlled braking. They're pacing themselves now.
Yeah, there's a lot of... Let's just maybe not try and race everybody into the corkscrew on every lap. Don't mind if you drop, you know, 1 or 2 tenths. It just means you've got less chance of being involved in an incident or missing a brake mark.
Not too far up ahead, we've got a battle with Van Vliet's and now Washington's on the back of Van Vliet's. Washington's flying at the moment.
He's currently trying to get that P9, and then he's got a little bit of work to do after that though. It's about 5 seconds to Kingston. Oh, sorry, Carood, sorry. See Van Vliet's going fairly defensive into the corkscrew now. Knows the pressure is coming. Cameron Ross doing a good job holding off these guys though.
Braden.
Sorry, Braden Ross.
Bob Ross, if you want to be
Bob
technical.
Ross, yeah. I'll just call him Bob Ross from now on.
That's fair. Just change piece out there. Oh, a bit of blue flag action. They're going to be careful. No point going. Leaving the inside.
Oh, 3 wide was never going to work there. And that is Bob Ross getting painted into a corner. And unfortunately he's going to lose out.
Yeah. That's just... And now he's got loose rears. Oh, I can't watch.
Yeah, he's going to have to spend a little bit of time getting those tyres back into the operating window.
Just... You got to be aware as a blue flag car what is coming. Like... And which areas are you likely to be able to let the car through. Leaving it really late into a corner is not... Unless you're very well aware and really do get on the brakes. It's just too late. And people can't predict that.
I'm glad somebody in chat got that line.
What did you say?
It's alright, I'll
Use
tell
it
it to you
again?
later.
Okay, use it again later. Hunter's extended his gap from the lead about 6 tenths. Baldwin's dropped it back a second, so the 51 car still in this race, but a lot of work to do there for Baldwin and Bakita.
Yeah. And Hunter doing the work out in front. Yeah, Baldwin's just dropped outside the 10 seconds, but as you said, it's all going to be about the pace of their co-drivers when they go back in these cars.
Oh, this is a battle for the Pro-Am. Great to see how close this is. So, less than 2 tenths between One Tire Tribe 1 and Alpha Venturi Blue. We'll keep half an eye on that.
Especially for Pro-Am honours.
One Tire Tribe started in P11 with their amazing qualifying.
I think I got caught up in a few issues themselves, so they're not doing too badly. As there's a car just gone there.
Kingston!
That's Kingston.
P6! Just lost it.
Yeah, I think just getting on the power on the second part of the corkscrew, car has just sent itself into the left-hand side, and he's struggling to get that out of the kitty litter.
I think he's bogged.
Yeah, he's in a really bad spot.
Yeah.
He's got to really pick his time when he gets back onto the circuit, because he could very easily pick up a pen. He's going to try and sort of feed himself onto the circuit more in line with it rather than just head straight back onto it at an acute angle.
I feel for him. We're still watching because we just want to feel how the sadness. Are you sure he's not bogged? Or he's just unsure when to come back on track?
Yeah, he just doesn't know where to go. I don't think he's trying to very carefully.
He needs his teammate to spot him here.
Yep.
Go after the 70. Go, 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 go.
Yeah, because he knew he was going to come back out onto the racing line, so he was... Oh, and he's almost going to squeeze that McLaren, is he?
Nah, it's good.
No, he's just let him through. I thought for a second there he was coming back into contact, but that is a bucket of time.
Look, there it is at the corkscrew again.
Yeah, he's lost nearly a lap.
Effing chat there for Connor.
Yeah.
But did the right thing to wait. It's just really, really hard to feed back out.
Yeah, he really needed his teammates to let him know, because there was probably one or two gaps earlier on. I thought if he knew the gaps were there, teammates could have said, punch it now and you'd be okay, but obviously he was being extra careful, didn't want to pick up a pen, but virtually picked up a pen in wait time trying to get back onto the track. Just such an unfortunate spot to loop the car to.
Well, I've got bad news. I've just seen an incident. Watch back in a second. It was good to see him wait though, like not be selfish and just get on track as quick as he could, because
It's the one thing.
big spankaroony.
Yeah, it's the one thing we try and teach, especially the new drivers, is, you know, this isn't single player racing. You got to be considerate of others as you're coming back onto the racing line.
It is. It's Bob Ross.
Oh no,
It's Bob Ross.
what has he done?
He's painted a picture with the sand.
Yeah, those tyres might be cooked from his earlier spin. He noticed he was struggling to get the car straight on some of the corners after that little bit of contact, but now he's losing a bit of time, so interesting to see what he does, if he struggles on to the window or if he's going to get new boots on that car.
I reckon he'll tough it out. It's pretty early. They had a really, really long stint, so maybe they do have the option to go a short at some stage, but just really unfortunate.
Meanwhile, Van Vliet doing a good job holding off Jeremy Washington at the moment. Had a little bit of pressure earlier, but it's not phasing him. Jeremy Washington, a very professional, very good driver. Very adept at four wheels, both tin top and open. Down here in P14, Robert Fluke in the Aston Martin, currently holding off Lim in the fire-branded Ferrari.
I reckon it's safe to say that this would be the hardest of the 4 circuits we've got in the calendar. Donington. I don't think Donington's as tricky. It's just obviously pretty tight track.
Yeah, I think
You're welcome.
Donington. Sorry.
No, the competitors are welcome for those choices. We just wanted to do something different because it's always the same tracks.
Well, yeah, if you'd had sort of Silverstone, Spa, and
We've got Spa because we wanted something traditional.
yeah,
And
but
we
I mean,
didn't-
if you had the big tracks, then
Yeah.
you know,
Monza's boring.
it's nice to get these tracks that we don't visit, especially if we don't visit them in the sprint series. It levels the playing field a bit because you don't have the ones who have drilled 1,000 laps already and have their setups already dialed in.
That's it. That's it. In saying that, chat, let us know what your favourite 2 circuits are. If you could put 2 circuits into any of our calendars, what would those 2 circuits be? For me personally, I always will throw in Hungaroring because it's different. It's underrated and it doesn't get picked all the time.
Are we saying tracks that are in ACC?
Yeah, we'll go with ACC.
Yeah.
Got a 4-way battle here for 12th as Braden Ross had that spin a couple of laps earlier. Got our leading Pro-Am drivers or teams, 27 and 414.
Yeah, he got a great exit out of the corkscrew there. He's just steal himself a couple of car lengths from Kefford. But yeah, you shouldn't see how that car of Bob Ross is handling after a couple of spins, so you think there'll be some flat spots on there.
So what have we got in chat? Come on, give us some more tracks. Nerbs and Silverstone for Ryan Hawley. Kyalami and Bathurst, says Princey. Catalunya best track for a name that I cannot pronounce and I apologise. Bathurst and Paul Ricard, although Paul Ricard is an unpopular pick. I love Paul Ricard. And these cars, brilliant. In F1s with the other chicane, disgusting. Melissa, thank you. Melissa? We do actually have Catalunya next week in our final series. So that'll be something to look forward to. It's a great track to learn on, actually, Barcelona.
That's
speaking
a
of learning.
touch. Jeremy's got to back out of that. He is going to...
Gonna get it.
Oh, there's going to be contact again. It's a bit of a squeeze there. This is
That Ferrari's
very,
not giving
very
a spot back.
This is very spicy racing.
Yeah, I think Jez rolled off a little there. Did the right thing. What else have we got here? So Tyson's saying brands. I don't know whether Tyson's being serious or not. Brands will make another appearance at some stage. It's just a funny joke now.
I think Brands would be a good GT4 racetrack.
Oh, for sure. A lot of the UK tracks are just perfect for GT4s. Jeremy Washington's joined this battle.
Yeah, now he's got a bit of lap traffic now as well, which also makes things exciting. This is a battle from P7 potentially down to about what, P11 or 12? No,
yep.
12 is Braden Ross, and he's off the back of this group. He hasn't lost a mountain of positions. He's just lost time. Is it going to go 3 wide into?
No, pitted.
No, one went into the pits. Thought they were going to go 3 wide in the last corner, which I thought was madness. So Brits is in. I don't know if that's scheduled or not. Oh, there's a bit of defensive work there by Van Vliet. Can't tell me these two don't have a little bit of animosity now.
Yeah. Blood's starting to boil here for both these drivers. It's got to be careful.
Definitely a touch of red mist coming over this group now.
Rusty Bolt saying Kyalami, Suzuka, Alex Crawford, Bathurst and Imola. Imola, Suzuka, Kyalami, Bathurst have all been mentioned at least once or twice. Tyson's saying one brand's dry, one brand's wet, so we know Tyson's talking out of his butt. Corey Sweet's pitted. Is that early? No, that's about on pace. So 97 cars pitted. Big move. Maritz is saying brands is sprint finals. No, I don't hate anyone that much. Melissa's saying the only track I have Ruggy's pace, if not quicker. Well, good. You should race him all the time and beat him because he needs it. That's robust.
I think that was referring to the defence
yeah,
of Van Vliet there.
Very much.
Certainly was, as now Van Vliet is on the back of one of the lap Nissans. This time Washington not as close, so I don't think there'll be as much vigorous defending this time around.
What track do you least look forward to if you see it on the calendar? Do you just sort of cringe at and go, oh, I don't like it, or I'm not very good at it?
I don't really care for Bathurst, and I know that's...
Mate, I'm about to say the same thing. Same. Don't care for it.
It's not that I don't care. I mean, it's a great racetrack, and it's one of the
Don't care for it.
all-time goats. But it's also one of the tracks that can be undone by things out of your control so easily.
Yeah.
And as a driver, I don't like that. I don't mind being punished for my own mistakes, but I don't like being punished for other people's. And I know that's a part of racing, but Bathurst, it's just amplified because you can literally have a car block the top of, the skyline into the dipper, and there's nothing you can do about it. So.
Yeah, I know that could happen anywhere, but it probably happens a little bit more higher percentage at Bathurst.
It just seems... I just don't remember having a good race there in anything that I've raced. But, again, I understand the appeal.
Melissa's saying Spa. I do hear Spa a lot from people, but I think with Spa... Megan D's spun.
Yeah, they're just not long out of the pits. I think they've just served a pit stop.
We'll find that out in a second.
Might just have those tyres just not right in the operating temps.
With back to Spa, I really like the track, and I have good results at it in all games except ACC. Like, I just cannot seem to, I don't know if it's luck or a little bit of pace or combination or what it is, but yeah, I just find Spa just doesn't do it for me at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a really good result once at Spa, so...
You finished the race. You finished the race, you're saying?
Yeah, no, I finished, and it was an enduro, so our team did really well. So, it's got good memories for me, and I've always loved the track in Formula One and other car racing games. That's for sure. So I can't hate on Spa and say it's a track I don't look forward to. We watch Andy DC'd in a donation chat from Dan Murphy as we watch Megan D struggling to get that car turned. Luckily, no damage.
Wait, Andy got disconnected again? It's happened again? Oh no, no one's going to be his teammate now. So 97 is out. He's done it again to the 97 guys. You wouldn't read about it. You wouldn't read about it.
And we're leading this race, and all of a sudden, there's been Thanos snapped away from them.
Thank you very much for the $20 there, Andy. I mean, Dan. Dandy. Tom Kidman saying Monza for me. Yeah, Monza's...
I don't mind Monza.
Yeah, but why? Because it's historic? Is it because it's got that aura about it? But overall, the track's pretty boring. I prefer Imola over Monza.
I would love Imola if they had the old Tamburello.
Yeah. I just think Imola's a lot more fun to drive. But I even think Mazzano's more fun to drive than Monza. Monza's a top 3 track in Italy in this game, but it's just third.
Someone saying that O'Hara's back in P15, which is currently occupied by Lim. So he's currently sitting down in P20 and dropping fast because their controls will be locked. So he's going to drop very quickly as these cars come past the pit lane.
It's really unfortunate.
So what is the deal? Is it just Andy's internet? Is he on wireless? Or?
He's in the country. So I don't think it's always 100% reliable, unfortunately.
Yeah. Which state is he in?
State of despair, I'd say right now. Other than that, I think it's New South Wales.
Okay. If anyone wants to sponsor a child who's good at sim racing but lacks basic decent internet,
if Andy moved to Tassie, I'll buy him internet. I will pay for his internet. Andy, come and join Team Taz.
Yeah, but
You join me and myself.
You're not letting anyone in though.
That's a very good point.
As
Once
Steve
the
Lewis
borders open.
yeah, Steve Lewis has just picked up 10 seconds.
You never like to see disconnects, but it's a part of sim racing, unfortunately. Good old technology. Much like we see when people's wheels or pedals have issues.
Yes.
Someone's saying Zandvoort's disgusting. Look, I'm very hard to disagree with you there. It's something about Zandvoort. It's disgusting, but it intrigues me. As Braden Ross gets past Ken Knight. Is it Braden Ross? I wouldn't know. There we go. I know how to use keyboard.
It is.
You're on. If it's the Melissa I'm thinking of, you're on the Is it Siberia side of Russia? Is that where you are?
Would make sense because there'd be more on our time zone.
Yeah. Watch my pit entry for the most stylish way to ruin your race more. I want my boat back. Mate, I would love to watch you bin it.
Oh, speaking of...
That's close.
Braden Ross doing very well to hold on to that. We've quickened up his heart rate a little bit, but it's just allowed Fluke to get past him. Wonder how long it'll be before they make their pit stop. They'll be really happy to get rid of those tyres, which will be squared off in certain spots.
Can't wait to show you Baldwin's. This is embarrassing. I can't believe you mentioned it, Jake. We wouldn't have known. Near Mongolia. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And it would be a pretty... it's like Alaska, I'm guessing, in the United States. Kind of closed off away.
It's actually there's parts of Siberia that are really interesting in the fact that they're, as we see Luke just get it completely wrong out of that corner and just allows Bob Ross to take his position back. So a bit of luck there for Braden Ross. There are parts of, most people when they say Siberia, they think it's, negative 20 all year round, but there actually are parts of it getting to the 40s during summer.
Wow.
But then also get into,
minus.
minus 2 digits during winter. So very much a land of extremes, parts of Russia in that area.
Very much so. It's just a huge country. Yeah. These two are still going at it, side by side. It gets minus 55 there. How do you do it? How do you do it? Mind you, coming from like an Australian background, we might get like minus temperatures, and it can get cold, is what we deem as cold. But no one in Australia is ever properly geared up for it. We don't dress properly. Our houses aren't really designed for freezing weather. We just put up with it when we get it, and we put our air conditioners on, or heat pumps, if you would call them in Tassie, or wood fires. We're not. Country's not designed for cold weather.
Yeah, it's pretty sure the record for Australia is like minus 22. Yeah. Like ever. That's the coldest it's ever got.
At wind chill?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I've been in minus 15 in Australia before, and that was dog shit. Because you don't have the minus 15 clothes, you don't have the proper layering. I wasn't prepared, so that didn't last long. I'm used to it, so yeah. You just what I read is say for example you're in Canada and it's minus 40, and you're inside. You open the front door and you don't have proper layering. It takes you like 10 minutes, so you can pretty much ruin your skin and burn it. That's what some of our North American commentators, we had a massive chat actually after the stream about it. Just can't fathom it. Everyone says Tassie's cold. Well, they're not wrong, but yeah.
And it's a bit like that thing where, where we hear about it's a heat wave in England when it gets to 25 degrees for consecutive days in a row, and we laugh, but you got to think about it. None of their country is set up for warm temperatures.
No, it's not.
Everything is designed to keep heat inside the house, and they don't have air cons, and and if you don't have that, Australia, most places have some sort of cooling, be it air conditioning or something.
Yeah.
But some of these countries, they don't have anything. The houses are designed to trap heat, and yeah, so you know, it affects them obviously more when it gets to the warmer temps. So it's all about, as we see one of the Nissans around, I think, in the background there, into the wall.
And this is the move for P3. Kieran Potter moves up. So Melissa saying she's actually supposed to move to New Zealand, but had my visa all sorted, then COVID came.
Oh, that's a big rip.
Yeah. Hear a couple of stories like that. People have got lined up what they're doing for their future, then COVID throws in that spanner and 18 more spanners with it. To Central Queensland and Tassie might as well be Siberia. Mate, where you guys in Australia mainland should be envious of us at the moment. Because that moat is keeping us from not having to stay at home the entire time. Even though we can't really come over to see you.
Mullock, you're talking predominantly to a lot of people that are reclusive shut-ins that don't go out anyway.
Yeah.
How have we changed?
Like myself. I know. But once you're told that you can't go anywhere, it's a big change. Rather than it being your own optional choice.
Yep.
As soon as they said, like, no, you can't go at this time, I feel, hey, no, I want to, but obviously do the right thing, please.
We're literally children. As soon as you tell us we can't do something, we want to do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, because I've been lucky enough to be able to work through it, and I haven't had to worry about, you know, keeping my job and paying bills and things like that. It's, you know, it hasn't affected me as much as it has some others, and I can understand that for some people they're, you know, a bit worried, especially with these lockdowns and how long it's going to go.
Hang in there.
Yeah.
Everyone's in the same boat. Some boats are a little bit more leaky than others, but...
Well,
Bowen back in the car wants the min and max driver time for the Enduro. Well, there's no minimum. And if he doesn't know what the max is, what has he been doing? It should even say on his HUD how much time he has. Well, hopefully in a year or so, Melissa, when it's calmed down, you can get over there and work in the medical business. My partner's an ICU nurse, so whilst we haven't had to deal with too many things down here, God, I feel sorry for those in ICU in big places.
Mm-hmm.
Big pass for me. Let's just go through some of the other teams. We have 22 car leading the way for AM class, scenario 7. At the moment we've got Dafa Haritz in the car, the Indonesian-born driver. Currently quite nicely placed ahead of the next best AM class, which is Convicts and Colonials. David Bartlett. And in P3, familiar name, it normally races with Apex rear wing. We've got Neil Wood, the Backpackers.
Yeah.
Which I think is the actual Apex guys.
Yeah, he's carrying a 15-second penalty, so we'll have to serve that at his next stop.
Cardiologist. Oh, move to Australia. We should get you a job down here. My partner worked in cardio, I think it's called cardiac, for 7 years. A great, what's the word I'm looking for? Great part of healthcare, great department, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Okay, I've got to show you this though. Are you ready? Are you ready for a laugh?
Is this the pit entry?
Are we all ready for a laugh? Oh, it's than that. Jake, you can look away now, mate. This is Jake Baldwin coming in the pits, leading the race. This is the race leader.
Oh no.
Oh no.
All we had to do was make a slow turn to the left. I think he's got away with no damage though, so...
No, he's destroyed inside. He's mentally gone.
Physical damage to the car, nil. Emotional baggage and destruction, 100.
Yep.
So, Coolahan currently leading Still yet to make his second pit stop. Oh, Ryan Geelong. This is the... I think, is this the battle we were watching earlier with Washington and Van Vliet? Continuing on with new faces, potentially.
He might be laughing about it, but I guarantee you he's kicking himself. Jake, you owe me a couple of goals in Rocket League for that nonsense.
Sorry, Washington's still to pit. Oh no, he has pitted. They're currently
so.
sitting in P4, so he's actually made some spots. He was fighting that Ferrari of Herbert earlier on.
It's what's the 128 cars team name? GSR Motorsports 2. They've had a 15-second penalty, but they're 15th outright. Where did they qualify? It's a fantastic effort. I love looking at the names and the numbers, and they're real close together, so I know what team they are. Like Odyssey Racing's 217 through to 220, but when the teams just pick some rando numbers for their 3 cars, it's kind of hard to work out. So this is another GSR sitting 15th, and in a good battle, I think. What was that lap? That's lap traffic.
Smith in the Porsche.
Eddie O'Hara's doing a good job. He's in the 25th. He's an improving racer. Good to see him battling nicely.
Well, he's got a bit of a job. Does Will's in front?
Hold him up. Hold him up.
No.
No.
He knows battles. Some battles shouldn't be fought. It's a man who's going to be driving pretty angry for the rest of this race, you'd feel. O'Hara currently up to P24 after his disconnection and rejoining the field. Sean Bubb now has picked up a 10-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Naughty.
So that was the
that was
the other thing about that spin in the pit lane we saw earlier. Very careful not to speed in the pit lane. Trying to gas the car up.
Wait, when O'Hara disconnected at Canada, no, I wouldn't have.
Yeah, they're still sitting on the one stop, so...
One stop left.
Yeah, I think it will reset the... No, it doesn't, because there's no stint time, so that doesn't matter. Driver time should remain unchanged.
Yeah, all of his penalties are from the disconnect. You get locked when you join the server back up. No worries, Melissa. Thank you. Enjoy the F1 qualifying. Enjoy dinner. What's for dinner? What are you having for dinner, Franco? We had dinner early. He's actually smart.
Yeah, well, I had a late lunch, so...
Yeah, same. Actually, I can't remember if I've had anything today. Shit.
Yeah, please no F1 spoilers in chat for those of us that are gonna...
Burritos. Yum. Now I'm starving. I don't know why I ask what people are eating and then expect not to feel hungry afterwards.
Yeah, I would love to have somebody where I live that makes burritos, unfortunately. Well, burritos is
speaking of burrito, taco, tortilla, enchilada.
He's gone off. Unfortunately, he tagged the inside of that wall.
Yeah, that's not great. Sorry there, Charlie.
Yeah, he just tagged the inside wall as he was almost going to skate through without any damage, and it just, unfortunately, just come undone right at the end.
Yes, please, Melissa, I'll have a beef one if that's possible. But because chickens... Oh, actually, I'll take whatever I'm given. Yeah, that's a massive contact. Well, here I am getting a burrito from Siberia and I'm ordering it like a pleb.
Yeah.
I'll take what I'm given, yes. Okay, don't have to tell me twice. I'm going to go watch that back. Charlie Clark.
So, top three still yet to pit. Houlihan, Bakita, Potter, Although, Kita must have pitted because she wasn't in the car, so I would have thought that would have been their second pit stop made. So it says 1 on the screen for me.
No, that's how many's left.
Oh, that's how many's left, sorry.
Yeah. Alright, let's just watch this back. Sorry, Charlie, when you watch this back. Right up the rear bumper here of Convoy.
Oh, just RKO'd out of nowhere. Straight across. He would have been lucky, and as we see,
What the hell's going on in the background?
Yeah, just saw one of the cars get pushed wide. That was, yeah.
Are these two? This is 37th and 38th. Whoa. My love lost here. Oh, the dart. That's cheeky.
That was
it works.
Yeah, that was an amazing amount of grip and drive from Harrods there. I don't know where that came from.
Riley, were you typing in chat and also driving the car? Asking for a friend? Because you're about to get a bit of troubles. I'm going to send a long-winded letter. Tankosaurus is eating a burrito right now. Thank you for that. Please tell me all the ingredients and how delicious it is. F1 quality starts at 11. Oh, that's a send.
Oh, that's a send.
That's pretty bad, to be honest.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty cut and dry. I don't want to preempt the stewards on that, but
kind of feel that nah, I won't speculate. But let's hang on, where are we? So an hour and 9 to go. If you've done your stops, you can get to the end. Macintosh for Swanee D, they've done their stops. They're sitting 33rd. Not now, Tom, but before you had a spin, we saw you in chat, then I saw you on track spinning. Caught you red-handed, mate. Unless someone else is on your computer, but either way, if you're driving on the track in a race, just don't worry about chat. Samwise Holmes used to do it all the time until I told him off because it doesn't look great. And I like telling Samwise off. He loves it. What was that car that just had a bit of an incident? Deffa. Actually, we might look at the corner before Franco.
Rightio. It's just battle between Zhuang and Herbert. In the background there too, as we watch now.
This is the lap prior to the incident. So there's a bit of blue flag traffic going on. Oh, wow. 717. I think they're like 11th. Oh no, please no. Oh no.
So
oh no.
This is where no, so he's gone wide. They've both gone wide. Both lost out. So there we see the move back by Wood in that Bentley. Squeeze, nothing too egregious yet. This is the move we saw, the over and under.
Bang! Thanks for coming.
Yeah, it was clean too, so wasn't much for Pickford to complain about there. And then
this is so super late.
Yeah, have a look at the gap. There's no way you're thinking you're getting a move done here at this point. That's just a missed break point.
And then spins it for his own trouble.
Yeah,
as well.
I'm going to give Pickford the benefit of the doubt that he's just missed a break point there, but I think it's still going to attract the ire of the stewards.
Oh, for sure.
Tom Riley saying it's hard to type in VR, so he may have an alibi.
Thanks, Steely.
convoy. We'll be looking to move on Wada. Wada has gone wide and has opened the door, just like that. JC
It's gone wider.
Yeah, he's just escorted himself through. And that's another spot for convoy. They do have a 10-second penalty though, so they will have to serve that during their last pit stop.
So nearing the hour mark. Just starting to see some gaps opening up. Right, I'm gonna have a crack. Rubik Rami. Fucking knows if that's close. They're ninth. They were up around this area prior to being spun on lap 2. Fell all the way down to 20th. Great fight back.
Thanks, Steely, in chat. Giving you big props for your production tonight here, Malik.
Cheers, mate.
Well, Seneca, as you said,
I'd love their
great,
team.
a great fight back after getting tagged earlier. I think it was tagged at the exit of the corkscrew from memory.
Yeah, so Megan D was, so they qualified 11th? Is that the team we're talking about?
Sorry, no, I was talking about JP's team. They got tagged earlier on and
back up 11 spots.
And yeah, back up the field. So that's a great recovery drive from them.
Thanks for the description there, Ian Thompson. Oh, certainly is. It's also great to see. I want to know where the 414 car started. They are currently leading the Pro-Am class from 27, and 818 with a 10-second penalty is P3. Still an hour to go. Lots of sadness to still swallow up, but we're good.
I think there's going to be a lot of triumph and tragedy in this last 60 minutes and a bit. As we saw with our former race leader, Andy O'Hara, unfortunately with that disconnect, is now down in P23. Picking his way through the field, he's closed the gap to under a tenth to Vanderlei, so I'd say that's probably going to be another move done very shortly. Meanwhile, Geelong still on the back of Herbert. Seeing these guys starting to struggle with their tyres. You just see the amount of counter steer that Geelong's having to put through some of these faster corners. Make their way up into the corkscrew. Geelong is a little bit stronger through that sector as they come through Rainy. The last couple of corners do have some lap traffic up ahead of them now.
I'll just check how many teams we still have left in the race. We started off with 48. We've got 46, so that's good to see. Always get a team or two drop out during these events, whether it's through technical issues or something untoward. It happens. Who else has had a good change in position here? Where did... Oh, I've got to say where 420 started, because they're on track for a podium. Let's just check. So, what colour I'm looking for? Oh, never mind. They started third. That's a great qualifying run for BDE, Kai Rudin and Potter.
Yeah, they put in a pretty good opening lap. I think he put in a really good lap towards the end of qualifying as well.
964, they're up 5 and they're leading the race, so they're probably the pick of the bunch at the moment. 1414 started 16th, they're 12th, so they lead the Pro-Am class now. So yeah, going great guns. Great to see some excitement there for the Endurance Series in Europe later on. And Thompson, Alex Crawford, Moritz Wagner, Paul Berger. If you kill Raggy, I'll maybe inclined to ask for your PayPal. I didn't say it, but can someone take him out? Oh, the scenes if he gets spun on his stream. Yeah. Mal, can I request you to fight? I don't have the voice at the moment, Dan.
Yeah, gotta save it. Save those pipes for the end of the race tonight.
Yep, still got an hour.
Still got an hour. It's an endurance, not a sprint.
Nerves are good. Nerves are good. Nerves means that you're switched on. You just got to know how to control the nerves, right?
Another car, car 22, currently stopped just before the last corner. Might see that if it doesn't get going while he's. There we go.
It's again.
Oh, it's yeah, he's going around again. I wonder what's happened there.
Oh, gone to the pits. Nope.
No, old F4. Highly likely.
It's a bold strategy. Right, I'll try and find out as Houdini's putting the pressure on Misson here. I'll be back. Alright, you be back then. SCOTUS, how are you, sir? Now, next round for the Endurance Series, we're off to Barcelona. No, are we? No, Donington Park. So many tracks, there's so little time. So the first two tracks, probably the hardest out of the four we've got. But a lot to learn. I'm just trying to find out what happened to car 22. Was it self-inflicted? Probably going to say yes.
Oh, missing in the Porsche, trying to hold off Houdini.
Yep.
It's going to go deep into the corkscrew, but had the line, had the car, had the talent, got the job done.
Nice move.
Yeah, it's a great move. Very brave to try and do it at the top of the corkscrew as we watch Harrods. Yeah, just it's lost on his own.
Please don't forget to like and subscribe if you like what we do. And even if you don't, that would be lovely. So, who's the leading car that's done all their stops? Whoa, did you hear that?
Nope.
Oh, the old gunshot glitch in this game.
Oh, I don't have sound coming through, unfortunately.
Oh my goodness, someone might hear that in, on YouTube.
So Samwise Holmes is the first of the completed pit stops. Be fairly beat up looking Audi.
Didn't sound like a gunshot. Okay. Whoa. It's close. So where could Samwise end up? Won't matter because we've got to go look at someone else for a second. Another good battle. So this is Alpha Venturi white / silver. Sitting in 19th position. They started in. I wish this game just showed us that. Does my couldn't head in. They started in 12th, so they've dropped down 7.
They've had their own issues. That's a bit of a send.
Oh,
and it's
they're
just
so lucky.
Yeah, very lucky. I think Viney saw him getting large in his mirrors. Didn't turn in probably where he wanted to, and just allowed enough room for that Lambo to make the corner. Had to straight line the second part of it a little bit, and for his troubles. He's got Andy O'Hara closing in fast as well.
3 wide. Here we go. 3 wide.
And we're going to go 3 wide through here.
Oh, slight touch there. Rubbing is racing, I think. Oh, never mind.
And there's a send, and that Bentley is round.
Poor Viney.
So
Just clumsy, some of these little incidents.
yeah, we're just finding a couple of these where people are racing and then coming up to lap traffic, and it's all getting a little bit messy.
Big hard luck story was the car 90, who have done not much wrong today. But
Yeah,
they started 9th, but 16th now.
Yeah, we haven't talked about them much at all, so I've just allowed them to not get cursed and pick their way through the field.
Here we are now watching them, so hopefully not a 3rd time round.
Yeah, looking to get P15. Straight line speed of the Honda. Does get closed off a little bit, but he's going to try for the over and under. Is he going to have enough drive out of turn 1? Maybe. It's going to be on the outside for turn 2 though. And there's going to be contact. And that's going to allow Convoy, I think. That's Convoy getting involved now too.
No, it's P3. No, it's P3.
Oh, sorry, P3. Sorry, my apologies.
I was trying to separate them, how, but then people disconnect and then people just spin. I tried. Alpha Venturi teams, Corkscrew claims another victim. I reckon for a lot of people, especially in this format, it's probably the first time they've been to Laguna Seca. And he's not very quick, Scout. That's why he's 21st, as Kevin yeeters us around the corner. But
Yeah, he's very lucky not to get tagged by that Bentley.
P9 for Seneca's brothers. Got one more stint after this to see if they can get a few more spots up. What was your favourite game on Jackbox, Scout? Was I right, or was I right, or was I wrong?
We're on board with Michael Young in the pink Honda. Still trying to get this P15 off Moyen. Oh, I just saw that car just had a little bit of a moment on the turn in to slow it up a little bit more than he probably wanted to. Moyen goes a little bit wide and now he's got traffic, so can Young pick his way through?
Yeah, fibbage is great. It's so funny.
Yeah.
The personal
Fibbage,
the personal fibbage one where you can just do your own stuff. That's even funnier.
Yeah. Fibbage and Quiplash.
Quiplash, yeah.
Was my two faves.
I love Trivia Murder Party as well. So Young and Moyen battling for 15th. Points all the way down to 30th.
So Young going to try around the outside this time,
No luck.
but just doesn't quite have it.
Go around the outside, Speaking of around the outside, looks like De Jong's got past Herbert.
Yeah, that battle's been going on for a while, so I wonder when we'll start seeing pit stops from some of these guys in the top 10.
Ooh, that'll be soon. Let's get a look on board with De Jong here. Peach has become a sponsor. Thank you very much, Peach. Is that a delay or something? Because he's currently driving. Have I missed something there? Because it didn't come up in chat. Maybe he didn't become a sponsor. Maybe he did. Maybe it was 3 days ago.
Maybe it's an auto renewal. I don't know.
Maybe. Either way, thank you very much, Paige, when you watch this back. Or if you've managed to sponsor whilst you're in the car, I can't really tell him off. Break the rules, pay some money.
So if you want to chat in...
No.
Do a sub and make it your custom... Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
Regan Herbert just lost the spot to Jong. There's a Lambo in the background there that's in the dirt. Just saw.
Yeah, what Loudest Howard said, Paul. I'm pretty sure lap 1 here, we saw most of turn 1's boards just be absolutely obliterated. Yeah, and it happens. It's an easy track to spin on.
Do not use any brake markers that are destructible.
Or shadows.
Or shadows. Use things that do not move and do not fade.
Curbs, fences, trees.
Paint markings on the road.
Paint markings on the road.
Whatever you need to. If you rely on the brake marking boards being there after 3 hours,
the
or
car
2.5
ahead.
hours. Yeah.
Other cars, as Bart says, skid marks. Chalked body lines. You notice all these types of things are a great indication that you probably should stop.
Yep.
But whatever you do not spin the car in the pits. Isn't that right?
You will be mocked.
Yep. I'll show it on stream 15 times. Always brake for dogs, never swerve.
That's the thing. That's the that's supposedly the thing is, you know, like kangaroos and things like that. Don't swerve for them.
No, because you're most likely to kill someone else.
Well, Megan D has picked up a collision. I think that's the one we saw earlier into turn 1 a lap or 2 ago. Thought that may have been Megan D's car, but there is a second one that looks very similar, so I didn't want to cause dispersions.
I've got something for you, those that have just joined. Got a nice little bit of footage here. This is what not to do in the pits. Oh, I've gone a bit too far. This is what you don't do in the pits. That's Jake Baldwin, everyone. Jake Baldwin, B-A-L.
It's just, it's amazing to me how late he's done. Like, I can understand it doing it, breaking it, or actually making the turn, but he's actually almost through that corner, and then he's lost it, which to me is the most amazing part about it.
Hey, Scout, you don't feel as bad now for spinning this late. Actually, no, I still feel bad, because that's pretty funny. But at least you hit a curb, though. But I can't say much. There's still P2.
Oh, speaking of the pit lane.
P4, I think, or P5.
Yeah, so got to be so careful with your pit entry and exit, especially on your last stop. Meanwhile, Houlihan does have an 11-second gap over Bakita. Both of them still to complete their last pit stops. Low is the first of the completed, currently sitting down in P11. So they're looking on for a good result once everybody else filters through their pits.
I'll spin up on my promotion for. I thought they said for a 30-hour race. That's funny.
Adini under a lot of pressure from Misson. And that's Adini putting pressure on Herbert. Apologies.
I think a pit lane spin is worse than a safety car spin because most of the time the safety car's got cold tyres. No setup.
Yeah, but the tyres are fresh though.
Nah, no excuse.
If you're coming into
excuse.
the pits, then your tyres are.
Nah, not when you're doing 40Ks. If you're doing 40Ks and spin the car, you probably should sit down, take a long, hard look at yourself.
Yeah, but aren't you doing like 60Ks when you're in the safety car?
Nah. Oh, not really. On a straight, you're definitely doing more. Obviously, in a corner, you could be going slower, but we're generally going 80K. Exactly. You tell him.
Scope's triggered now. I'm just playing devil's advocate that I think it is more impressive to spin the car that's got fantastic tyres that haven't been damaged, as we see Adini just go a little bit for a wild ride through the exit of turn 1.
Listen to him, Scope. Guess who's going to be driving the safety car next season? This guy. And I get to set the setup. You know what Jake's biggest mistake was?
What was that?
Jake telling us that he did it.
Yeah. That was probably the biggest mistake of the whole thing. No one would have known. We just sort of would have thought it was a bad pit stop, but no. Not only did he mess up, he pointed it out to us that he messed up.
Special juice. I wonder what the juice is. What is your special juice? What would Scout drink?
Oh,
Ciders?
breezes.
Breezes! Yuck. Look, some cruisers are alright. They're just so sweet. Recordling threw me off ciders because they're so sweet.
That's the one that you can get them in like pears and stuff as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Codling.
Yeah, and berry and blueberry and just a heap. Unios. I used to drink blueberry red bears. Oh, yuck. It's obviously cruisers. My youngest brother drinks cruisers. It's funny because, ooh, 2 for 5. Our leading car that was leading, that had pitted all the times, was this man. And has, that's a lot of damage in that car.
Yeah, that's.
I was right, he drank cider. Bang.
Yeah, Summersby. Good on you, Scope. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Are you sending him on his way? I hope not.
No. Oh, no, that car's cooked.
Yeah.
Samwise has done irreparable harm to that Audi.
Do we expect another pit stop here?
Oh.
No, he's there, but he wants pain. Samwise woke up today and chose violence.
Oh, once again, yeah, I think.
I'm staying on him. Teach him a lesson.
Somebody needs to get into his ear and say, you don't have to be a hero. You can pit again. There's no limits.
Oh, do you want the good news or the bad news?
Did it on his own?
No, it happened earlier. There was one before all of it. Okay, so sorry Samwise, but we have to watch it. So he's got the move done here. Not sure if it's a back marker or not. Gets spun. Okay.
Well, he's almost...
Can't quite... He tries to loop around. Tiny little bit of rear damage, yeah. Tiny bit of it. But wasn't the greatest to get back on track. But he's out of the way. So go down here. Yep, going alright. Gets a tiny little bit of a touch. Tries to let them through.
Yep. It's another touch. Oh, gets it almost out of shape. Who's the car behind him?
Car 4 was it? Loses it himself.
Oh, yep.
Okay, so it's all good. It's all good. He's back on the track.
Yeah, but those tyres are burning now at this point.
Oh, apparently that's in the replay. It didn't show. But he's loves his punishments.
Yeah, those tyres will be 50-cent pieces at this point. Meanwhile, JP he has pulled the pin and he's going to serve his last pit stop. That's a nice Nice line from that Howard in chat. He ran Sam wide.
Jeez. So how many of you, I want to know, how many of you drink and sim race? Maybe I don't want to know this answer. I don't think I want to know. Maybe you have a breatho. You can drink, drive and sim race, but if you get penalised or something, we're going to double it. Never drink and drive, folks, otherwise you spin in pit lane. He's probably sober as a judge, he's just using that as an excuse.
Yeah. So you can see Herbert has got the move back on Adini at some point as well. So once again Adini has got to try and make his way through past that Fez.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been drunk sim racing. I've been drunk on stream twice.
Oh, that's...
Been drunk on stream twice. And that was a fucking long time ago. It was before ACC. One was for my birthday and one was for our birthday stream. So... And they're pretty funny because I burnt myself on one of them.
Were they F1 streams or...?
Yeah. I say drunk, I was more just drinking. I don't really get drunk.
You may have been buzzed.
Yeah, we'll go with buzzed. We'll go with happy.
Scout Lane, the hard truth though.
It might have been buzzed. That story, oh, this is close. This is probably too close. That story's always going to be funny because I've still got the desk. It was the first stream I did with it. That was what's funny.
Brand new desk, and you set it on fire.
Yeah, I burnt through a top that I got from PAX. Oh, here we go.
There we go, side by side.
That's a close one.
It's Herbert going wide into the last corner. Has opened the door, and he's not going to be able to cover him off here. He's going to squeeze, but sorry, there's a Bentley already there. Now it's going to be a matter of who's going to be the latest of the breakers. Herbert's going to try and hold around, but knows the battle is lost. Yes, go. Can totally relate to that. It was funny to see he die twice on stream, though.
That's right. Effing chat. So we've just ticked over 100 laps here at Laguna Seca for round 1 of our Endurance Series. I've predicted 25. I don't think we're going to get that. Maybe, I don't know.
I said 21, I think. That's even looking ambitious at this point.
Yeah, the stream that Dieboz was talking about. It was actually Kitty's birthday, and he doesn't like cakes or anything, or doesn't celebrate it. And I had a heap of, I had a full box of sparklers and a watermelon, and he loves watermelon. So I literally put all the sparklers in the watermelon, brought it in and set it on fire, and it just took off. It just absolutely took off. Like bits of fire went on the floor and on my desk and on my top. I actually burnt my stomach. It was funny, but it fucking hurt.
Howard in chat pointing out that I did say 420 laps earlier. That,
Yeah, look.
you know, may or may not be my guess for every single race that we do this at. When we guess how many laps we'll think we'll get completed tonight. Meanwhile, this team out in front, Daniel Hunter, and they've done some good work tonight. Got a 10-second lead. They've served their pit stop. Got a 10-second lead over Baldwin.
That clip's still on Twitch somewhere. Dieboz. I don't really want to do career creation though, just no. But yeah, how well are these guys going? 964 started 6th, up 5. Comfortable lead over Jakey Baldwin and Philip Bakita in P2. Oh, I've set a kitchen on fire before. No, it's pretty worse than spinning a safety car, to be honest.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
Yeah,
I'm just
look.
wondering if you're on any lists during the summer.
Another funny story is I had an old neighbour had to jump the fence with the fire extinguisher to put out a tree. You know, okay, so where I live, there's lots of bull ant nests. Well, there was with my mum's house, and they're a pain in the ass. So Dad used to like pour fuel down the nests and that.
Yeah, the old fuel and fire. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't have to light the fire. The fuel killed them. But as a kid, yeah, fire's way cooler. So I'd do it when Dad wasn't home, and there's no more bull ants in that house. But yeah, I didn't have the fuel can too far away from where I was lighting it, and just did a little stream towards it because fumes burn. Oh shit! Speaking of burn,
Miles.
that could have been very scary.
Miles going miles off track there, managing to hold on.
So Jakey Baldwin is P2. He gained a second in the last little bit of the race. So is there a chance that they can catch up to 964?
Bit surprised some of the other drivers aren't in the cars at this point. Kai Rudin, we know, is one of the faster ones of the team, but
I don't even know, Diabolls. It's funny though.
but we'll keep an eye on this gap out at front.
Yes, we will. Just trying to find another gap at the moment. Dini's gapped Herbert now, 2 seconds. I expect that they're going to stay out that much longer.
You'd think Herbert would be looking to get an undercut if he's going to mount any sort of challenge on the Bentley. Yeah, that gap just extending by another 2/10 for P1. It's a 9.5, so maybe just being managed at the moment by Daniel. Just trying to make sure he picks his way clean through the traffic.
I think this would have been very tight for that top three if one, Andy did have disconnect, and two, 51 didn't have that issue of having Jake in their team. I'm joking, Jake. He's going to give me so much shit. But obviously, Bakita got spun or got stuck with traffic at the corkscrew, which would have cost them a lot of time.
Yeah, we saw that earlier where she tried to avoid contact and then just looped the car, and she had to go onto the dirt. So, you know, they'll feel like they're a little bit unfortunate tonight, but you know, take P2, still set them up pretty well for the rest of this season. Not all that many races. We see a blue flag being let through there. Thought that was a little bit sketch that late at the corner.
Yeah, we know, Hawley, but what we're saying is the time lost for 51 would have been more than that gap that it is now, but you guys would have also lost time with traffic. And O'Hara and Sweet would have been right or there or thereabouts. So it'd be very tight. But currently 964, box seat, up 5 positions. There's Marshall's. I might go back to that Marshall. Busy man today. Stuck under a bridge. Just a man under a bridge. Probably lives here.
Yeah, he is a troll.
Oh, 8's around.
Doesn't let anybody through unless they pay him his gold.
I don't know how he got in here. Oh, no, sorry, I take that back. There are steps. Oh, blue flag. Blue flag. Is that Seb Vettel?
He's very quick on the drawing in. Just watch the animation. Like,
he's a goal umpire. Here we go, another one. Is that another blue flag? We'll find out in a second. No.
It's after position.
I'll try to find who that was. But we're on board with Stephen Tye, the 414 car, Alpha Venturi Blue, are leading the way in the Pro-Am class. It looks like 818. Oh, they haven't done their third stop yet. So they're currently P2 in Pro-Am.
Also got a penalty to serve as well, so fortunately for them, something to look to see if that potentially is going to cost them podium in the Pro-Am.
And just like that, Black Backpackers, P1, AM class. They weren't P1 all race. They did recently win the AM class in our Mazzano 8 hour. Great to see. And this is a battle for outright second in AM class. So that's great to see too. 41st, 41st.
So this is Steve Lewis, who we saw get involved in an incident. As we say, for a lot of teams, I don't think there's many that has had a quiet race tonight. A lot of them have been caught up or out into the dirt. Meanwhile, they're just letting the leading car through. That gap now down to 8.2 seconds.
That could have been traffic.
It could be traffic, but it also could mean Baldwin can pick his way through maybe a little bit quicker. So all I'll be telling Baldwin is you're lapping faster than Hunter. Doesn't matter by how.
I've just come up with an idea for class system and rankings. And it's monumental.
Alphabetical?
No. Wow. That might actually be good. So just thinking to myself there. I don't know where I got that idea from, but thank you for people in the chat just talking about it. EU classification is official yet? No, they'll go live after this broadcast. I ran out of hours. Also waiting on a couple of other things from some teams to send through before I can make it official.
So it was Geelong earlier in the car. Now it's over to Brits to try and get past Van Vliet.
"30 minutes to go."
This is where some of the people, some of the drivers will less inclined to back out, and they'll try and make a move stick now. So their time's running out.
Just trying to find out where we think 218 car will feed out after their final pit stop. Low is well clear at the moment of the 45 car. It's IB. We're racing.
If he doesn't clear Van Vliet, he'll be probably closer to P9 or 10.
He might be a fair way ahead because the Low's gap's still +1. There you go. The gap between 128 and 45 is 26 seconds is the push.
Just saw that in the rear vision mirror.
That could have been deadly.
Benjamin Carood trying to fight this group as well.
Very racy there.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a half move or whether he just missed the brake mark, but just managed to avoid collecting the back of Brits. Dale Lawson picks up a 10-second penalty for speeding in the pits.
I think that issue we had with a couple of teams being duplicated tonight, I think we might have to drop it down for cars with 50 grid spots to 48, just to have that buffer if something goes pear-shaped, because that's frustrating for me. Why say there's 50 grid spots when there's really not in the game?
Got another yellow 2 on the lead up the hill. Might take that car, but that's car 4.
Just about to come up to him. He's going to have to bail out here. That's late. Brits. Wow. Wow. Oh my goodness.
Just manages to, and it's getting messy too with that car 4. You just see flash past there on the right hand side, so well, had potential to get very messy.
Current's caught back up as well.
Everybody managed to get away with it.
Looks like Sneakers 7.5 seconds back from this battle group. There's another big chance for those guys to make up some places. I think that was about 15 seconds. Brit's about to toss that Ferrari salad. Well, if not, Carood's about to toss Britz's.
Yeah,
This could be a three-way. 7.4 seconds now. So the number 9 Bentley team flying along. Absolutely flying.
Yeah, Jakey Baldwin's, that gap's now 7.6. We'll see what that updates to in a second. 7.8. So Hunter stabilising. He's not losing time hand over fist. He's got 26 minutes to not make a mistake and drive at a nice enough pace as Johnson picks up a 5-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 101.
Looks like 51's got the traffic now. Just got past 818, 51 did. And then there's a couple more cars ahead. That's a big part of endurance racing. We keep saying traffic, always going to get it. Sometimes you need some luck, sometimes you need some patience. And you obviously need some cooperation there. There's 9 seconds there for Baldwin. So he's obviously caught them at the corkscrew and lost a bit of time. Hooley, I won't talk about it, but I've just caught on about your team and stuff. It's pretty funny. Cheeky but funny. Been very impressive with around this pack. So 45 car, that's Regan Herbert and Marcus Van Vliet. They've been in battles the entire race.
Yeah, they've done very well defending as from a lot of good drivers and good teams. Find themselves up into P6. See Washington, who was fighting these group earlier now, has managed to clear out a bit of a gap. He in turn's got 20 seconds to low, so I think 4-5 won't change all that much. 8 seconds, the gap Van Vliet to Washington. As you see the Porsche go deep again. Karud had to take avoiding action into the dirt. That's going to lose him time. It's starting to become more of an enemy now. He's only got 24 minutes. Going to have to spend a little bit of that catching up to the back. And then trying to look for another move. But yeah, just I think a couple of times now, Karud just missing his braking on the corkscrew and having to send it a bit deep.
I never knew they kept the windscreen cleaner inside the car for the pit stops. That's a very good point. But where is it in here? Is that the aircon? That must be pure the aircon, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think that just blows air onto the driver.
This looks like my sim rig. Oh, I can't raise otherwise. I get too hot. Yes, I'm in Tassie, Franco. I get it. Oh, there's actually yellow flags everywhere.
Yeah, top of the corkscrew. It looks like there's...
It's a fucking party.
Lewis Lawson come to grief at the corkscrew. I was going to say, Malik, apparently that's the next immersion thing, especially if you've got VR, is putting fans that actually simulate the air coming at you as if you were in an open top wheeler car.
That's what I've got from Sim Racing Studio called Wind Sim. But wow, you can set them to the RPM ranges of your car and it goes off the UDP. I just have them on depending what I'm racing.
So if you're driving F1 and you're doing 300 Ks, it doesn't blow the wind at 300 K's an hour at you.
No.
That would be funny.
No, but it can ramp up. So say if you're going like 20 Ks, it's a bit slower and stuff. But yeah, personally it's been great because I get sweat pretty easily and hate it. So I'm trying to find this little incident. I think what's happened is the car's come off and the car's trying to avoid, and then it's just sort of kicked off from there. Nope, I'm 100% wrong. It's
Meanwhile, Van Vliet has managed to put a little bit of a gap thanks to coming through here the last time to avoid the damage. As there's another Bentley around to the corkscrew, claiming some late victims here. tyres starting to go off after their last pit stops for some of the earlier pitters maybe. And yeah, the finding it hard to get onto the power down on the exit.
You're going to love this. Okay, I found something. This is Bentley's working together in unison, doing Bentley things, if I can actually find my mouse.
So Bentley spin 1, Bentley spin 2, and synchronised then a 10.0 from the Ukrainian judge.
Yes. Bentley Ting's coming to a place near you.
Now Scout is getting more and more bold. It's amazing what a few Summersbys will do to a man.
I love how these streams start out so professional. They're still professional, which is we run out of content, and
Yeah.
otherwise it's just boring. Wow, that's an interesting line. Don't think it'll pay off though.
Ken Knight down in P42, getting passed by the teammate.
Brave.
Ryan Lim picks up a 15-second penalty. So Sasana still yet to serve their last pit stop.
But leading the way. Come on. Daniel Hunter and Ryan Houlihan. 10.2 seconds clear of Jake Baldwin and Philip Abakita.
Yeah, Dan has got this well in hand at the moment.
Nine, six, more. We'll go to Brits. There's a few on the side of in chat, I think.
Yeah, I think I don't think it's just us that's getting unprofessional and loose. I think there's a lot of people in the chat that are there.
Chat's bad influence on us. There's another car around. It's not a car that we expect to be around, and they've had a bad day already.
Oh, it's just gotten worse.
It has. Mr. Sweet is anything but as he pulls out
That's
in
a
front of
rejoin. That's a
on
question.
V5. Yeah, we're going to have to watch what happened there, but when it rains, it pours. Sometimes it's just not your day. What the hell is happening here?
Oh, this is a gaggle.
There's a cluster.
Scott, if you're talking about what I think you're talking about in chat, can you please not and wait for 18 minutes or so?
We're just going to be patient.
Or he's talking about Dan Hunter. I thought he was talking about something else. Gafor gets penalty for ignoring blue flags, and this is an absolute mess at the moment. So 18 minutes to go, you'd hate to be coming across that
All
sort of
this,
gaggle.
yeah.
And there's another car around too, car 999.
Yep. We'll just try and find what had happened to the 97 car. I've got a feeling they might have been tripped up with a bit of traffic.
Sorry, Scott, I thought you were spoiling Formula 1, not talking about Dan Hunter.
Yeah, spoilers will get you banned.
Yep. No, my apologies, Scott. You're all clear on that one.
You're not apologising for reals.
Yeah. I admit when I'm wrong, unlike Scott, who doesn't.
Ah, well, sorry to cut you off there. What happened to the 97 car? It was there was no traffic. Purely just sadness.
In the context of this race, this is an acre of space as he sees a car in the dirt already and just in sympathy. Yeah. Seen a lot of cars go there in the last half an hour.
It's really ramped up this last half an hour, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's all been cars unloading the left-hand side of the rears and they're just spinning them out into that left-hand wall. Oh, as we see some dives here.
That's right, there's flap traffic and this other car behind is going to let me let through as well. That's pretty good.
Yeah, this is Carew trying to get onto the back of these two after having a bit of a wild ride earlier.
Do you still remember trolling 42 innings by putting formation lap on? But the thing was, they knew the formation lap was going to be on. They just thought that was the start of the race and called it like so, and they're wondering why no one was moving. But it took them ages to work that out. If they looked at the light sequence, they would have known it was a formation lap. But yeah, that was quality. Let's go down to P16. Right limb. GSR have had a great day today. So, Jacob Steele, 14th in the Bentley for Nova Racing. I think he's teamed up with Benjamin Hignett.
I've seen a lot of them today, sorry.
Q-Bits has already put it on pole, apparently.
Didn't realise someone at Mercedes got COVID.
Yeah, half the team. All the team. 240s around. Again, we need a top-down view of all these incidents.
Yeah, if you're playing a drinking game on people that are spinning, I'm sorry for your alcohol poisoning. But, yeah, we're just seeing late in the day a lot of mistakes coming from drivers. Some of them are in battles for position. Rude now.
I've got an idea.
I see.
We won't miss it now. Should just change it to sadness cam.
I think he's. I know I'm being picky, Malik, but I think the cam 2 should be just a small window.
Why?
I'll keep an eye on it because I think. Well, number one, it makes it hard for me to see the names on stream.
I don't care about you, though, to be honest. There you go. Round. So here it's meant to capture both. I've got a picture-in-picture. I know what you mean. I've got that as well.
Yep. But there we have spotted one. Didn't take long at all, and now that's some rear damage to go with potential front damage with that car.
Are they bogged? Oh, no.
Or reversing.
Oh, no.
Oh, stop the car.
Stop.
Don't go any further. Yeah, done well.
That was, keep going.
Yeah, that was centimetre perfect.
Alright, I think I might start feeling sad if I watch that camera for too long. Yeah, not an easy corner. One of the trickier ones we've got in this game. Oh, this is a great question to ask. What do you find to be the toughest corner in sim racing? Now on ACC. We'll go with ACC.
ACC?
Yes.
Oof. I haven't driven all the tracks, so...
You what, mate?
Yeah, I know. It's embarrassing, but I'm too busy calling a lot of races. Gotta say, it is very tight through the top end of Bathurst, obviously, and gravity working against you makes it doubly hard because you don't have as much control over how fast you're going, so as soon as you get it wrong, you're gone.
Which one?
The Skyline through Dipper.
Yeah. Pull on in any cars can be an absolute pain in the ass. It's quite hard to nail.
It's hard to nail, but I wouldn't say I dread coming up to it.
Oh, you wouldn't dread, but you lose so much time there.
Yep.
RNG chicken in Imola. Hill corner. The Dipper's a good one. Putting it on these cars, but Les Mode 2 brings a lot of people unstuck. I think the Degners are a bit of a bastard, especially Degner 1 if you don't nail that.
Spoon I find hard to nail in every game for whatever reason.
All of Zandvoort. Aqua Minerale's good.
Yeah, Spoon Curve I find some people can nail it and get a lot of time, but for whatever reason I tried many different lines and approaches and it just doesn't happen. Speaking of approaches, and reversing into the line of that Fezzer, I think it is.
No, he's
ideal.
trying to get off track. I'd rather him did that than
Well,
the race. Here we go.
Pat Oliver has now got his own corner.
Here we go. Who wanted a name of that?
Yeah, 200 Brands is a good shout. The downhill, almost blind, so can be very tricky.
Dislike turn 1 Donington. I'm trying to think of the one. Another one. There's a really good one that I just don't like.
Oh, that's a bit of a tail wag from Steele.
Oof. That's right. That's P3. Clyrudin nearly lost it.
It's a pretty safe gap, I think, at the moment. So
Oh, I think turn 4 is harder than the chicane at Hungaroring. I think that turn 4 can really annihilate your race if you get it wrong.
tell you what corner I hate driving in general is the hairpin at Monaco.
Oh yeah, and some gamers just do it so wrong and it doesn't work with the wheel rotation. Like,
Yeah, and some cars obviously aren't built for
No.
it, and it's just so hard. You're just on full lock for so long, going so slow. It doesn't feel like a race corner. It feels like you're getting into the car spot at Woolies.
yeah, it just doesn't feel right. Yeah, Donington does feel weird. I'm trying to think of the other one. There's one corner in particular that's pretty popular, but I just cannot stand it.
Cheetah.
Nah, Cheetah's alright. Cheetah's so much fun in other cars on AMS2. You can actually smack it.
The kink at Hungaroring I will hate forever.
The turn 4 up the hill.
Turn 4 blind uphill. Yep.
Yeah.
Just got bad intentions written all over it, as we see. P3, that's Kyrudin, his way through the traffic. Steele has picked up a collision, so that's affected this battle.
I think 420 might be struggling a little smidgen here. It's a lot of
there's a
not
lot of
as
depth up
struggling
ahead.
as much as these guys. Oh, it's P9
Karud.
Karud. Hope these aren't black markers getting involved in these battles towards the end of the race. You got to be careful, especially now. It's just when you tap out, but it could have been anything. We will watch that back. That's a
9 minutes to go. That's devastating for Karud. He was 0.3 at the last checkpoint, so he was right on the back of the battle happening in front of him. Sonikas
up to 8th. Yeah,
Yep.
we'll suss it out. Oh, here I am watching the other camera at oh, Karud's got so much damage. It must have
He's
been
in
a
the
big
pits.
hit. Yeah, he's in the pits. It's a big hit.
Yeah, it must be to pit with 8 minutes to go. He's 51 seconds in front of P10, so I think he's probably going to get away with it.
Oh, it's pretty self-inflicted if I'm being honest here. If I can find my mouse, there we go. So now you saw this one, Franco. Oh, you can't see with that camera.
Oh,
That is big contact. That is mammoth.
it just didn't realise. Might need to slow it down just before. So, pulling alongside. Yeah, I think it
That's
is self-inflicted.
What else is the other car meant to do?
Yeah, lap car didn't move off the line.
Well before the braking zone too. Oh, that's massive contact.
That is huge.
Car's out of the race if it's DNF. If it was able to.
Still in the pits too, so it might lose a ton of time here. Yeah, they might be done.
Oh,
Still in the pits, still being repaired.
just got a little bit too eager, I think, Benjamin.
Yeah, I think didn't realise he wasn't clear of the car alongside.
Oh, it's fixed. Miraculously fixed.
Yep. Would have been a good opportunity to go into the room of mirrors and take a bit of a look at himself. But he will collect himself and see out these last 6 minutes.
Right, I'm determined now to work out what corner that I'm thinking of.
Well, we'll stay with Brits, who's still behind Van Vliet, who's done a stellar job tonight. Been under a lot of pressure. Has been overtaken, but managed to get the spots back and has driven pretty well in this last stint. Over 6 minutes to go. Top three look pretty set at the moment. Low carrying a 10-second penalty, but he's 23 to the good of Washington, so it shouldn't affect his P4.
I think both these cars are in a bit of a groove now.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like Brits is really putting pressure on Van Vliet at the moment.
Just settled in. So obviously only 5 minutes to go. The yellow flag up at corkscrew once again.
There's Lewis and Corey Tui picking up a drive-through for an unsafe rejoin, so... Oh, that's an eternity to wait.
Oh no, don't say it. Don't say it. Are you kidding? .96.964 has lost the lead due to an issue at the corkscrew with another car. And just like that, car 51 are leading this race by 8.6 seconds.
Wow.
Wow.
It shows you cannot rest and you cannot relax. We're going to have to watch a replay. Car was the wrong way.
Oh no.
So you see the evidence on the front of that Porsche. So Baldwin now inherits the lead. So here we go. Oh, it's not the Honda again, is it? Surely not.
Nope.
So... Oh! That is the ultimate peekaboo moment. Should have stayed behind in the tram tracks of that Honda, fortunately.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. That's the race lead.
Yeah.
But they should still hang on for P2. Geez, every car's had some type of issue going on today. I don't think anyone's had a clear race.
No, I'd be very lucky if anyone's gotten round and said that was a boring race tonight, nothing happened to me. So, that is going to gift the lead to Baldwin.
Oh dear. Anyway, we'll soldier on. Just got to limp that Porsche home now.
Yeah. So Baldwin's going to get rewarded for his pit lane misadventure.
Yeah, that's all the ways to worry here. It's kind of like after a Rouge at Spa when you come over that there might be a car that's lost it, hit a fence and it veered across the road. You don't know till you're there. And obviously he was blinded by the 90 car. And bang, just like that. That's all it done. The problem was the 959 car caused an incident to end up where it did. So just a little bit of sloppy racing tonight from a few years.
Well, some of them do have drivers that may not have been in the sprint series and have come back for the enduro, so some of them, the racecraft might be not there as much as some of the others.
.71, that's a different collision.
So what lap are we up to now?
We're up to... I have to... Wow, one position off. Oh, we've gone past mine. Haven't we?
What are we on?
127.
Wow. What did you say? 125.
Yep.
It's interesting because it seemed like we were a long way away from that with half an hour to go. So shows you how good we are at judging these sorts of things.
Oh, it's always hard though. So many variables and whatnot. So straight after this, we will watch. We're going to head off to the. We're going to head off to watch the F1, but I could show you some highlights afterwards. Last lap. This is the penultimate lap for car 51 and the rest of the field. Jacob Baldwin and Philippa Paquita have dodged enough grenades today to be on the very front here. They started P1, didn't they? They dropped down to P3 once.
No, I thought it was Andy O'Hara who said.
Maybe it was. Maybe it could be.
It was Andy O'Hara. I think they got the lead at turn 1 though. I think they managed to jump
Oh yes, it
Andy
was.
at the start of the race, and had an unfortunate issue in the pits as well as their own issue at the corkscrew. But lucky for them, it was early on enough in the race as Lewis has picked up a 15-second penalty for causing a collision.
That was just before the incident contact with a Hunter. But yeah, we threw Laguna Seca in there because we knew it would be tough, and we really did hope that everyone practice this track, because if you can practice this circuit and get clean and confident with cars around you in a big field like this, you're going to be fine for the rest of the races. But congratulations, Jake Baldwin and Philippa Paquita in Nume Scrodra. I don't know how you pronounce it, but that's close enough for me. Going to cross the line here for P1 to round out the race 1 for Laguna Seca. Well done.
Yeah, great drive from them. And hard luck story of the night though, Hunter coming to grief with only a few minutes to go. They will take P2, which is not a bad effort from starting 6th.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I said meant, Cam. The incident before that to end up spinning around. They actually were on track and spun on themselves in the end.
And this has been a good race from Kai Rudin as well. Sorry, Malik.
That's right. BD Motorsport Red. Kai Rudin and Kieran Potter. P3, baby. Started 3rd, finished 3rd. Great overall race from those guys. Got one of the GSR teams, the GSR Motorsports number 2. They're going to cross the line on the lead lap in P4. Only 4 cars remain in the lead lap. So that 10-second penalty will be cut out.
Yeah, they'll be safely ensconced in P4, but Washington taking P5, and a great job from Van Vliet to hold on to P6.
As we see the 414 car going to pick up the Pro-Am win. That's Alpha Venturi Blue. Great drive. Going to finish 9th overall. Awesome effort.
Yeah, it's a great effort from them. Get the feeling that's one of those teams that didn't have as many issues as some others, because we didn't see a lot of them on stream.
Just trying to find... Oh, they've already parked it in the pit. Nope, they're out there somewhere. The Backpackers, P1 in AM class. Steve Lewis. Unfortunate couple of last laps. There might be a couple of teams that we have a bit of a tap on the shoulder. Oh, sorry, Franco.
You're right.
Let's go to the garage and look at the timetable. So in Pro Class, we've got 51 car, 964, 420. Great drive from those 3 in the top 3. Pro-Am, Stephen Ty, Robert Fluke, James Kevin, Megan D, Paul Boxall, Jamie Comboy in the Pro-Am class. And the AM class, Neil Ward, Paul Cranich, Steve Lewis, Michael Manns, Nick Miller and Adam Lilly, who are late inclusions tonight, so they finish in the podium with AM class. So great work for those guys as well. Awesome effort. Make sure you please thank you, stewards, for that, because that was a big, full-on race. We will be back in roughly, I'd say 7 hours. No, less than that. 6 hours, I think, for Europe. We're going to make the very first Endurance Series race with James Mead and Reese Spence Loeb. Is it Loeb? I can forget the last name. Probably muffed it there. But yeah, stay tuned for the Europe event coming up soon. We'll be heading off now. Thanks everyone. Yeah, great work, Steely. 11th. Awesome. Thank you very much, Freco, for joining us tonight.
No worries, thank you.
And thank you, Cameron Farmer, and our steward team for their work tonight as well, plus all the drivers and viewers out there. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in about 6 hours' time. Bye-bye now.